this music? Ah, that's so nice. Who's doing this? It's Anton Batista. I hope that's how you say your name. This is great. Oh, he did all the other ones earlier as well. Oh, I missed Carrots of Happiness. Oh, that's a shame. That's okay. This playlist will loop eventually. Well, hello everybody. Hello. I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit while I get things set to go. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday. I hope your weekend was a fun weekend. I hope everyone had like a nice time, had some nice rest. If you got to rest on the weekend, I know not everybody gets to rest on the weekend. And if you didn't, I hope it wasn't as bad. I hope you get, at least, some time. But yeah, happy Monday, everybody. I'm feeling a little tired today, but should be fine. Should be okay. So yeah, today we're gonna. I thought about it, and I decided I was gonna try to do my book, just because I got my new book while I was playing on my own, and I noticed that it was fairly doable. So I'm like, you know what? If it's fairly doable, it progresses all the things I want to progress, so I might as well try. It's just when it's like really annoying that I really don't want to do it. Like when it's all the new stuff that I haven't unlocked yet. Like I haven't unlocked Arcadian. I haven't unlocked any of the Final Fantasy 11 stuff yet. I haven't unlocked any of that, and yet it's on my book, like completely spoiling the fact that it exists. and I just gotta unlock those things before I can want to do them. And even then, I don't really like doing current content stuff on my book. I kind of wish they would take it off. I kind of wish the book was specifically for old content. Because then it would, keep that old content going. Oh my god, hold on. I recognize that. That's Ishgard. Oh, that's so nice. I love Ishgard. Ah, that's great. Anyway, so yeah. Because my book is sort of doable this time around, I am going to do my book. I'm going to go do that. So that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to do my book. We're going to do my elephant dailies, because I do elephant dailies every day, because it's good for leveling under level 90 peeps. And then we're going to finish up 7.3. And then once we're done with 7.3, I'm actually going to watch Cider Spider's 2 videos on 7.3, his predictions for 7.3, and then afterwards what he thought of it. And we're going to see how much we agree with him, because I, so far, have really, really liked 7.3. I thought it was a lot of fun. I really, really liked Necron. I thought that fight was fantastic. I really liked the philosophical parallels between that 7.3 and the philosophies of Final Fantasy 9. I thought that those meshed really nicely. So I personally really like 7.3, even though there were a couple of points where it was a little friendship is magic-y, which is fine. It's that kind of, JRPG. We killed God with the power of friendship. Great. That sort of thing. But at least that is still good Final Fantasy, even if it's a little even if it scratches you a little weird. It's still good Final Fantasy. So in my mind, this was a really good patch and a really good ending of the stuff that was happening in post Dawn Trail. So I liked it. We'll see what other people think. I might be in the minority. I know that I am one of the few people who have nice things to say about Dawn Trail. Everyone is it's mid, therefore it's a 0 out of 10. And I'm I can't get into that mindset. But yeah, let me get the game going, so I'm not just like talking over a starting soon screen like a moron. And we'll get everything hunky-dory going. And we'll have ourselves a nice, fantastic team. Dontrell, play. Now the black screen of doom while we load in. Let me go ahead and get the music stopped and get me. Hello! Oh god, you can't see me because of the starting soon screen. Hello! Oh my god, did I just see? Oh, okay, good. It was hello. You tried doing your Island Sanctuary stuff yesterday? Did you watch my video on how to do it? No, I bet you didn't. Because I didn't technically make that video. I just did it on stream. And I was like, this is what I'm doing, and it works. But if you'd like, I could quickly hop over and be like, this is how you do Island Sanctuary, so that it works. Because I did that with Grun before he left. Because he also didn't understand how Island Sanctuaries worked. And when I explained it to him, he was like, wow, this is really easy. It's just set it and forget it. And I don't know why I was so confused. So maybe that can be your experience as well also. Look at this cool loading screen. I never log in here, so I don't see that login screen very often. Final Fantasy 14 0 out of 10 trash game. It doesn't have enough something in it. You know, whatever I'm currently feeling, it doesn't have enough of that, or it has too much of that. So Wondrous Tales. Oh yeah, I've already done that one. We did that one together. Ha ha ha. So I'll very quickly do a level 1 through 49 dungeon here. Pop, boop, beep, beep. And the fastest one to do is the 1,000 Maws of Totorek. Man, I did this so many times while working on my Realm Reborn relic weapons. It's actually pretty fun to do as fast as you can. It's almost like speed running. Dontrell didn't have Xenos or Emmet, so obviously it was bad. Now hold on, we had some Zero flashbacks though. There were a couple where it was like, hey, remember how that happened then? That way we don't have to like tell you about it again in the middle of the story here. We almost made it make sense that you had to do this reference stuff as part of the MSQ. Almost. Yeah, I've talked about it before, but I really felt like the whole Zero story should have been a side content thing, and it's Pandemonium that should have been main content. Although I haven't done Pandemonium, but like from the osmosis of, you know, seeing other things about it, it feels like that should have been main story. Whereas the Zero stuff, while it is good to know it, like it is referenced like twice in Dontrell and doesn't seem to be as important. It seems like it's only important in the vein that the 13th has been a part of the main story a couple of times. But even then, it's been in side stories more than it's been in main story. And it only became part of main story because they were like, we should do something about this. And I guess they tried to like head that off this time around, where it was like, hey, so remember that time when we made the Crystal Tower like side content, but then we decided to do something with it. And we had to like change it and make it so that it's main content. Maybe let's not do that again. Maybe let's head that off and make it so that everything that has something to do with another reflection is main content, even if it's like a nothing burger kind of story. If it is something to do with the other reflections, we make it main content. Just in case. And I mean, I can understand that as a mindset. I guess. I don't know. I still feel a little weird about it though. But yeah. I do hope that Zero comes back into the story at some point. In fact, I think it would be really fun if we find out who the Asm of the Ninth is, and they meet the hero of the 13th that was relegated to the side story of Shadowbringers that I still haven't like finished because I haven't finished leveling up my characters. But I know he's in it, and I know he changes a few lines of dialogue here and there, and I feel bad that I didn't unlock it before doing that content. But whatever. You do what you can do when you can do it. You know what I mean? Level 90, level 100. Alexander Gordius. Which one is that? Which one is Gordius? Oh, it's any of these. I didn't know you could do this. I just sort of did it by accident. That makes it a lot easier. So it's Fist of the Father, Cuff of the Father, Arm of the Father, and Burden of the Father. Which one of these is the easier one? I feel like some of these are not as easy as the others. Let's just do Fist of the Father and like, get that over with. I am still really bummed that there was no Alexander in any of the Final Fantasy IX stuff. Maybe they'll do that later. Maybe that's an upcoming thing. Maybe. I really hope it is. Like, it just doesn't feel right without an Alexander. I mean, for crying out loud, Final Fantasy IX was the Final Fantasy that had the big Alexander versus Bahamut fight, which was so cool. Like, that was crazy cool. And not doing anything with it is just such a shame. Although I could see how they'd be like, all right, we're kind of referenced out. Let's like we did Beatrix, we did Necron. What more do you really need? And I'm like, more. Duh. You can always use more. You can always use more Final Fantasy IX. Like, come on. I was talking to Cray about this the other day. It's like, you know what would be really crazy if the Jester twins from Shadowbringers inexplicably survived because they were a Zorn and Thorn reference from Final Fantasy IX. What if they just inexplicably survived and showed up in like 7.5 and be like, surprise, bitch! Like, it would be dumb, but I'd like it. I'd have fun with it. Maybe some people would be like, all right, that's stupid, but I think it would be fun. I'm always down for more Final Fantasy IX references. Or like, in Hildebrand, I haven't done the new Hildebrand stuff. It would be cool if Gigi, like, returned to the story. Because he's also a Final Fantasy IX reference, you know? Like, he is Vivi, you know? And that's always fun. Callbacks are fun. References are fun. Oh, that's fun. I don't have a problem with it. And doing this in this outfit, very thematic. I wonder if I can... Is it this button? Yeah. Who needs a HUD? Tee hee 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 hee. Alright, any more of these that'd be easy? That would be easy, I guess. That would be easy, but it would be time consuming, and I might do that off stream. In fact, the rest of these that, like, wouldn't be easy, I would probably do off stream. Like, I'll do that off stream, that off stream. I'll probably do this off stream and this off stream. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that'll be that. Yay. And I'll do that later, because some of those just aren't fun to sit through. Right, let's go do my elephant dailies, because I gotta go do them. Gotta do them every day. Isabard. Oh, I didn't get an answer, by the way. Would you want me to, like, give you a quick rundown of how Island Sanctuary works? Because I don't mind showing it. It's not as complicated as you would think it would be. Because it's literally just go there, set them things up that are set it and forget it, and then reap the benefits. It's the farming that people are like, well, if you like farming, if you like, and I don't mean farming like the farming plots, I mean farming as in like the gathering materials. Like if you leveled a gatherer and you enjoyed it, then you enjoy Island Sanctuary gathering, and if you didn't, then you won't. And there are ways that you can circumvent it, but it makes it slower. And that's sort of what the Island Sanctuary was. It was like, hey, there's a bunch of things you can do, or you can change it to set it and forget it stuff, and it'll be less efficient, but, you know, then you won't have to do the parts that you don't want to do. And that was kind of the deal with Island Sanctuary. It's like, here's a whole bunch of things to do. If you don't want to do it, here's an idle version that you can just, like, do and set up, and then you won't have to do anything, and it'll progress slower, but then at least you won't have to do any of the things that you don't want to do. Like island decorating. Once you unlock island decorating, you can decorate your entire island with any of the stuff that goes in your housing thing. Or you can just not. You know, if you have no interest in decorating your island, you don't gotta do that. That's just a thing you can do. And it's all stuff like that. It was like, hey, do you want to go and, like, throw on a 2-hour podcast, run around in a circle gathering, and level up? You can do that. And if you don't, then don't. You know, it's like... They were fairly good about that. And I've had that conversation with Cray as well, where it's like Final Fantasy 14 is very, very good at, if you want to do it that way, you can do it that way. And if you don't have to. Like, you can play this entire game single player if you want to. Like, if that's what you want to do, you can do that. I can do duty support with NPCs. I can go through the story completely single player, and I can do that with very specific exceptions, like doing trials. And if you want to do that, you can. And honestly, with the trials, the whole reason you're doing that with so many people is so if you really want to not do that and you just want the story, you can go in and die immediately, because every single trial that you do for the MSQ is designed with half of the people being dead and you still winning. Like, that is a mission statement. It was like, hey, if anything that you do, if you go in and you're doing an MSQ thing and, like, you don't like raids, go in and die, you know? The other people will do it. Who cares? They'll bring you back to life a whole bunch of times. It doesn't matter. They'll think poorly of you, but if you're doing it all single player, then why do you care? Or, if you want to do it the other way, you can. If you like going in with a whole bunch of friends, if you always want to be in a group, if you always want to do stuff with other people, you can do that. It's all about what you want to do, not what you have to do. If you want to go and, like, play this game with 2 people and be like a duo group of, like, save the world, you can do that. And if you don't, then you don't have to. And it's like that with everything. It's like, you don't have to do any of these, like, allied society quests. If you don't like reputation grinds and you don't want any of the stuff that comes from it, you don't have to do it. It's all optional. There's no power progression from it. There's no requisitions. There's no, like, if you want to play all the characters, you can play all the characters if you want to, and you can. Or if you want to play one class and play only that one class, you can do that too. You have options, you know? It's like, and especially compared to other MMOs, having that as an option instead of it being how you do it, how you have to do it because that's how it's designed, it's great. It's fantastic. It's like, how do you want to engage with this content? Then do so. All you have to do is know how you enjoy the video game. How do you enjoy the video game? Great, do that. Do you not care about the story and really only care about transmog? Great, do that. Do you not care about anything but the story? Great, do that. And I think that's good. That is great. Now, me personally, I am a hyper casual. I just want something to do, you know? Like, I want to be in this world. That's my big mission statement. If I'm doing things that are in this world and I'm having a good time, then I'm having a good time, you know? If I'm doing dailies, I'm having a good time. Because I'm in this world and I'm having a good time. And it's more about, what do I feel like doing right at this moment? You know, do I feel like doing this? Then I'm gonna go do it. Do I feel like doing this instead? I'll go do that instead. Like, I don't know. When I arbitrarily decided to go do my Realm Reborn relic grind. I don't need to do that. Only some of them look like amazing and worth like doing. But I did all of them. Why? I wanted to. The game didn't tell me I had to. Because I don't have to. But I did, because I wanted to. Same with the Heavensward one. Why am I doing it? Because I want to. I get all these poetics. I could use them for gear and stuff, but why? I want to do it this way. I don't care. I'm not super interested in having high-end gear. I could have 760 gear right now if I wanted to. With all the time I put into this game, I could be fully kitted out, and I could have been done with this like months ago and all that good stuff. I'm not in a rush. Why do I gotta be in a rush? Doesn't make any sense. Enjoy game. Enjoy video games. Play a video game, enjoy it. Alright, what am I doing next? Oh, I forgot to go check on my ventures. I gotta go do that. I did this as far as I want to do it. I should send my adventure squadron out, out on things. I don't need to do this anymore. I'm done with that. I've been really slacking on the custom deliveries. I haven't really wanted to level up my crafters for a while. I leveled up one just to like get crafting mentor. And once I got crafting mentor, I was like, cool, I don't meh. Like I'll get back to power leveling my crafters at some point. And when I do, custom deliveries will be at the top of my list. But I'm not there yet. I'm not quite there yet. Right now, I'm really focused on things like Eureka Pyros, which I'm almost done with, and then going to Hydratos and having a good time there. So probably not gonna do those yet. So let's go check on my ventures, send my adventure squadron out, and then I think it'll be finishing up 7.3 time. I think. I should go check on my island sanctuary anyway, so maybe I'll go do that first. Let's go check on my island sanctuary. Now that I'm thinking about it, thanks for that. Island sanctuary. Travel to island. Oh yeah, I forgot. I needed to plant watermelons. That slipped my mind. I'm glad I came here. That would be a huge problem. What day are we on? What day are... Is that still next season? Are we currently in the Days of Rest? Yeah, we're still in the Days of Rest. Because that still says next season. Cycle starts 4 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, for God's sakes, would y'all stop with that? Delete. That's so irritating. Ban. Alright, go check on the Felicitas Furball. Give me my stuff, thank you. Felicitas. There we go. Ta-da! 21. Yeah. The goal is to get to 50 of those, so it'll be 4 more weeks. Another month of getting just the boxes, and then I'll open all of them up, and it'll be a fun time. How's my garden? I gotta go up here and plant watermelon. Because I don't need any more potatoes or parsnips. I need watermelon. Plant watermelon, pumpkin, cabbage, potatoes. There they are, watermelon seeds. Yeah, an unboxing stream. That's pretty much what I'm going for. Like, check this out. Where are they at? Yeah, I've got 51 material containers 3.0. I've got 5 4.0s and 21 sanctuary material containers. I'm trying to get all these to 50 and then unbox. And then all the duplicates I'll throw up on the market board. Or if they're super duper cheap, maybe I'll just like give them to you. And then, yeah, we'll see what we get, and hopefully we'll get some nice fun stuff. That'll be fun. That'll be the good part. But it'll be about another month of just trying to get the darn things first. Alright, let's tell him to work on these watermelons. Yep, work on the watermelons. Thank you. Select all. Cool. Wait, I have no more premium island feed in my inventory? Let's fix this. Boop, and boop, and... there. Easy peasy. And then the granary. Grr. Oh yeah, I should leave this up for like the quick tutorial. Okay, quick tutorial on how Island Sanctuary works. Island Sanctuary, you go out into the field and you farm stuff. If you don't want to go out in the field and farm stuff, then you go out in the field and farm stuff until you unlock the granary. Once you unlock the granary, you just talk to this dude, and he'll do it for you. And honestly, you should still go out and do the farming yourself, but you don't have to if you don't want to. He'll be able to farm anywhere you can farm, and get anything you can get. It's really up to your preference of whether you want to just like wait a couple of months, or just like spend a couple hours doing it yourself, you know? Do you want to like send him out for a week to get like 20, 30 of each thing? Or do you just want to go out there and get it yourself in like a quick 2-hour like session of farming? Easy peasy. It costs island crowries. How do you get island crowries? Where you go to your workshop here. And you set up an agenda. The agenda just works like you make a thing and then you make a thing that's slightly similar. Like for example, the Islandworks necklace is in the Isleworks handicraft section. So you make another makuhita and it's also in the Islandworks section. So you get this efficiency bonus, which means that you make 2 of that item. And then you make the Islandworks axe, which is also in the handicraft section, and it gets the efficiency bonus, which means you make 2 of them. And then you make the Islandworks barbet, which is also in the handiwork section, so it makes 2 of them. And then he'll sell it. Not difficult. And then you just do that for each workshop. So it's like this one is Isle of Handicrafts. Island Handicrafts. Ileworks Handicrafts. Ileworks Handicrafts. Oh no, sorry. Ileworks Handicrafts, they all say that. It's accessories and woodworks. And then this one is arms and woodworks. Because it has woodworks matching, it makes the efficiency bonus. So the Iron Axe is arms metalworks. Because that one is arms, it matches with the Iron Axe. And then the Barbut is attire metalworks, so it goes metalworks. And so you just set that up. And then once you got a thing set up that it matches like that, where it's like, oh cool, accessories woodworks into arms woodworks into arms metalworks into attire metalworks. They're all matching. And then you just hit right click, save thing. And then you can just do that every week. And that's kind of what I've done. I've got 3 things set up to just automatically do the thing. If you want to get super technical with it, you can review the supply and demand and stuff, but I don't really care about that. That's like some, like, really, like, try-hardy bullshit, and I'm just not into it. I'm just not into try-hardy bullshit. This is good enough. This gets me a couple thousand crowries a week, and that's fine with me. More than enough to deal with everything and get extra on the side. And that's it. That's all you do. But literally, for realsies, that's all it is. The game tells you what it wants, and then you give it to it. And you either give it to it by hand, or you tell someone else to go get it for you, and it takes longer. And that's it. That's all you do. Like, there's this whole map of places to explore and things to get. There are rare, like, animals to go get if you want to do the animal stuff. You don't have to. If you don't want to. And all that other good stuff that I was talking about before, where it's like, hey, you want to do that? Go do it. You don't want to do it? Don't do it then. Do you want some cool rare monster? Go hunt for that cool rare monster. Go get yourself a black chocobo. Go get yourself a black sheep. Go get yourself a giant lemur. Go. If you want it, go get it. If you don't care, then you don't have to care. Hey, look, this gardener. You can go out and farm the seeds yourself, and you can get some seeds. Or literally buy it from him. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Literally just buy the seeds. It's fine. You can take care of the animals yourself. You don't want to take care of the animals yourself? Tell the robot to do it. The robot will do it for you. Easy peasy. Simple as. And that's how you do Island Sanctuary. Oh yeah. If you're watching from work, don't worry about it. Go watch the VOD later. I feel like I explained it pretty succinctly. If you have more questions, feel free to ask me more questions later. You have the power to do that. That's called engaging with your chat. But yeah, super easy peasy. I think that's all I gotta do right now. So I'm gonna get the heck out of here. I'm saving up my Seafarer's Crowleys to get the final mount, because the final mount is 100,000. I'm excited to see what the heck that thing is. Alright, to Britannia. To Britannia. I gotta set up my adventurers, check my retainers, check how things sold, and that'll tell me what I need to gather for next time. And then it's off to 7.3, I think. Gotta finish that up, and then once I finish it up, because I'm pretty sure there's not that much left, then I'll probably go to Pyros and start, try to finish that up and then go to Hydratos. And I think that will be today. That'll be what I do with my day. Yep. Look at the little pup. That thing's cute. Little Fenrir baby. That's adorable. Alright. To my retainers. Let's do some quick banking. I need to get some money back from all that money I spent in Pyros. That's what I get for trying to play the game while no one else is playing. Now there are logograms aplenty. Now. Not when I was doing it. When I was doing it, the logogram section in the market board was empty. Empty. Not a one. If there was one there, it was because I went to Pyros and I said, hey, there's nothing on the market board. Could someone who has some extra stuff please put some stuff on the market board? And they were like, oh yeah, sure. I will put some stuff on the market board for you. And then I bought it immediately for massively overpriced. But you know what? I did it. And that's the important part. Alright, what sold? From this guy, not a whole lot. I think she's still selling all this stuff. Yeah. She hasn't really gotten any more gil. Yeah, no. It's a shame. All that stuff that I get from her explorations are kind of worthless. I'm really just doing it for the elegant silver pieces. Looks like Nibiru sold some stuff though. Give me more of that sweet, sweet boar hide. Oh my god, you have 1,000,000 gil! What sold? The ice crystal sold for 100. Oh, all those hydrophobic preservatives sold. Remember when I set up, when I was like, oh my gosh, I'm full up on my, yeah, I was full up on my heliometries, and I'm like, what the heck? Okay, I'm gonna buy 5 of each to see what sells for how much. Okay, like you can see here, the hydrophobic preservatives sold for the most out of all of them. They all sold for a pretty decent one, like the Pyrosaurus skin was like garbage. But like the Shaloni Coke sold well. The Diatrema pelt sold well, but the hydrophobic preservatives sold the best. So I'm like, cool, get 99 of that and throw it up there for almost 1,000,000. And it sold, it looks like, basically immediately. Like, almost 12 hours later, but still the same day, pretty much. And in fact, some of the stuff didn't sell until later, like the Ixbrol varnish, the airtight coolant, the Pelo Pelo yarn. That stuff didn't sell until much, much later. The pots weren't abrasive, was garbo. But that hydrophobic preservative, I'm gonna have to do that again, because that was 1,000,000 gil, just like that. Hell yeah. Give me that sweet, sweet gil. Moral of the story is, doing those hunt trains, man, is insane. It's so good. I forgot to check on my boar leather. How'd the boar leather sell? The boar leather, the boar leather sold very well. I can't even say it slowly. It's so hard to say. The boar leather sold very well. For 37,000 gil. And with how easy it is to get, that's cray. That's just crazy. Let's check in here. Logogram. I want to show. Let's go with the offensive logograms. See, look at that! Look at how many of these this was empty. empty when I was doing Pyros, like 2 weeks ago. Before 7.3 came out, this was literally empty. Nothing in it. Not a single darn... You could not get offensive logograms without begging for it. What about tactical? Still not very many of them. What about curative? Lots of them up there now. Very expensive, but they're there. They exist. Even the fundamentals were hard to get. Like, it was like they were cheap. They were still cheap when they were there, but like imagine just these 4 things being the only things on the market board. It was redonkulous, people. Redonkulous, I tells ya. But now they're finally there. Now that I don't need them anymore. Shut. So, if you ever wanted to go to Eureka, now's a good time. Do it now while they still exist. And you're not doing like I was, begging for them and then buying them at massively overpriced. Holy. I think that was the last side thing I wanted to do. Let's go do 7.3. Let's get that finished up. Let's go finish up 7.3. Why don't we? And then, like I said, we're going to finish up 7.3. We're going to watch Cider Spider's impressions. We're going to give our own impressions. We're going to reverse that. I'm going to give my own impressions, and then we're going to watch Cider Spider's impressions, and then we're probably going to go to Eureka Pyros. And that'll be the day. Alright, so if memory serves, this is right after Necron. Necron was the last thing we did yesterday. We killed death with the power of friendship. And now we're here. If every person who was equipped with a Neo-Regulator was affected, then we have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation may take many moons. Oh yeah, all the people who had the Neo-Regulators became, I forget what the word is even called now because it's been so long. They've been mind-controlled by a primal. I forget what it's called. But that's basically what happened to them. There used to not be a cure for it. We used to have to kill people when that happened to them, but now we have a cure. Hooray! And yet, this is the best case scenario. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long ago. Yeah, that. Yeah. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sphene might like to have you nearby for a little while longer. Understandable. It has never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in clear, concise manner, but 'tis a skill I must hone if I'm to uphold the students of Baldesion's good name. Is it really that difficult? Hey, so with enough ether and enough fervent prayer, you can turn those prayers into something physical. It's not really the thing you're praying to. It's not really your God made manifest. It's just what you're praying for, using the ether crystals to try to make itself come true. And while that may sound nice, it has a whole bunch of like weird issues with it. Like if you do it wrong, it can make people get mind controlled, or it can suck up too much ether and ruin the land, and a whole bunch of other weird problems, because it turns out wishing really hard to make your dreams come true has consequences to those actions. Who would have thought? And yeah, you can do it, but you really, really shouldn't. Because we haven't figured out how to do it right yet. And honestly, even if we figured out how to do it right, there are still problems. Like what happened to our predecessors. Like that. Once I've had a look around, I'll go assist with the treatment of the enthralled. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. Yep. By the way, how dare they besmirch Angelo's good name by naming a pig after him? Like, I got nothing against pigs, but come on. Angelo, the bestest of boys. Alright, blades in waiting. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion, only I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahwaswa? I forget what. Mahusa. She works the fields at Yuppie's Halo, not far from here. Yup-wise. What is wrong with this expansion and not making things pronounceable? As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I'll do just that. Thank you, Kryle. Wave. Alright, we're gonna go speak to Mahusa. Hello, Mahusa. I remember you. You were that person who bored the crap out of me with farming techniques when we first got here. Why did we do that? Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Understandable, understandable, understandable. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy! I'm sorry we didn't get a word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. Let's do that. My name's Mahwisa. Mahwisa. That's probably it, Mahwisa. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all to start acting strange at the same time, though. Papawana was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at medical facilities. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I'm sure glad to hear that. I'd like nothing more than that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? It's forking rude. Yet, despite the dangers to yourselves, using yours made you sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make most of what you've given us. Do you know how weird it is to be Southern and do a fake Southern accent? We're alive because of you. And while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. That is not what that means in Southern slang. All right, as we live and breathe. As I live and breathe. That's like old-timey Victorian slang that like gets adopted into like some Southern slang. It basically just means like I do declare or wow, you know, it's like as I live and breathe, I can't believe you look that way, you know, that sort of thing. Our futures are to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. ... in surprise. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Propanone and the others. And the outskirts needs all the spare hands they can get. Waving goodbye. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Oh, quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall participate in Ghosten to spread the word. Flying pigs for everyone! Yay! Our outskirts tour is cancelled, to seem. Shrug. By the way, Alphino told me that Kona arrives to escort Lamati back to Tuliolol. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangement. Given that, I had in mind to ask you for a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over the Drift Downs with Arenville. If you ask Tapu, or I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Nod. Oh, you mean he's finally doing the things that everyone else was kind of doing for him that he needed to be doing anyway? Like, I get it, the vow of Resolve, or the King of Resolve or whatever, is pretty much only in charge of the military and whatnot, but I mean, he is the ruler right now. The ruler. Not a ruler. The ruler right now. He is the one in charge. Not Sphene, not Gosen. Him. He is the one in charge. And it still bothers me that he is not... like, no one is recognizing that fact. No one is talking about he is the king. With a capital K and a capital G. King. Do something, you know? I get it, you're 6. Do anything. you don't have to do a lot. I'm not telling you to put the weight of the world on your shoulders. I get it, you're 6. Do something. Anything. I know that voice. Is that what she said? Did she say voice? Oh no, I'm skipping through dialogue. I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gulja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he heeded my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He did always seem to like being there. Yikes for me! And there's Arenville and Glulja. Alright. Crappy Arenville accent incoming. How? Came in search of us, did you? You needn't have trekked all the way out here, but it is good to see you. Alice gave us the broad strokes, and Kona had some choice words as well. Hi, Galulja. Are you going to be voice acted, or are you going to be... like I voice you?
Oh, welcome back.
Damn. Alright, voice acted it is.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been a trial. It has.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Yeah, he's probably pissed at all of us. Weird syscon.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria.
That's what we do.
And what did I do?
You're 6. That is not where you needed to be, kid.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
Again, 6. Like, I do talk about a lot where it's like, you need to be doing something. But don't, like, be sad that you can't do the things you can't do. Be doing things that you can do. Learn from Gosen. Learn from Wuklamat. Not everything from Wuklamat, but you know, learn how to talk to people from Wuklamat, sure. Learn from Shale, which you do a lot, admittedly. You learn a lot from Shale. You know how to work Electro. The whole city's made of it, which now that Calyx is gone, maybe that will like be like an important job again.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Nah. I don't think so. You being strong has nothing to do with you having control over robots.
But I'm weak. So weak.
And 6. Let's see. Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. You'll grow into your strength. You'll grow into your strength. That was the second option, while very flowery, isn't always true.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Yes, we have all been 6 before.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
What? What would you like me to see, small child? Do we get to fix Otis and Zelenia? Because that would make me happy. What are those?
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
Okay.
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Cool.
That's a big commitment.
It is.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
Cool. As someone
So
who also
I'll
wields a
train
sword?
as
Cool.
hard as I can, and then I'll come back here.
I mean, I also wield everything under the sun, but right now a sword.
When I'm ready to take up these blades.
I hope there's no weird timey-wimey bullshit.
That's the path I've decided on.
Get yourself like a techno blade. That would be cool.
Good for you, Gululce. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Yeah. I hope we actually get to see the progress. Do you have any idea how annoying it was in World of Warcraft when
When I'm bigger and stronger,
Daegrin
you'll
Thorazin
spar
went
with
from
me,
baby
won't you?
to adult, like literally like that, and that was irritating. all of his growth happened in books that we weren't a part of. It was fucking stupid. Of course. I mean, I'm an elf. I'll probably still be in my prime then, right? I think. I don't know how that works in this universe, but assumedly. Yet to lift the blade, and he wants to spar already. He is Galul Jaja's grandson, all right. Yarp, 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 yarp.
Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound?
Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yes! Yes! Let's do that exact thing. And that is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about before. Like, you know, be helpful. Good to see, good to know. That Lalafel's name was Smallfoot. Ha ha.
Who dares message me?
Oh, it's the hunt from 45 minutes ago. I don't know why I didn't see it. I'm stupid. Hello, Kryl. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into more serious matters with the city officials. Hi, Shale. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Yay! Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Goddamn right. You and everyone else on this star and all the other ones combined. The promise of tomorrow. Wow, we really were right at the end, huh? Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. I mean, yeah, now that we know it exists. Ah, the preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. Oh god, what is it? What do you want? Oh, it's another stupid spam. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. Hair. Anyway. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from the containment complex of 1029 and locate the other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitions aside, I think you've earned your rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word, and I'll help you settle in. Yay! So I'm assuming a big meanwhile, like, hint for the next bit is going to come up in just a second. But real quick, so I just wanted to remind that my theory is that when the Ninth dealt with the calamity that went by, that was done by Ascians, which means it needed Ascian intervention to get started. And since they're much more technologically advanced in the Ninth, they probably saw what was happening and gathered data on it. And that data would be available to Calix, because that's exactly the sort of thing he's been doing. Heck, for all we know, Calix was behind the creation of Electrope. Like, it doesn't seem likely because he was like a little child when that happened. But you never really know. Like, he might have been the one to discover Electrope, and that's what gave him his Levin sickness. Or the thing he's got. Like, that's possible. But we know that Ascian involvement happened in the Ninth, causing a calamity, which caused the lightning calamity, which affected the source, and that was also what caused the destruction, like, catastrophes, lightning bubble what's of the Ninth, which sent Levin sickness everywhere, which caused Electrope to go haywire, which caused wars everywhere, which caused all that stuff. We know that happened, so the fact that Calix knew about the source and all of the other reflections is surprising, but not wholly unexpected. You know what I mean? That's my theory. They'll probably lay it out in dumbass terms over, like, the coming weeks. Like, in either coming up right in a moment or in 7.4, 7.5. We will get the, here's the answer, stupid. and it'll probably be nothing anyone else expected, you know? But we'll see. I've heard some people online saying that it was Azim, like the Azim after Lady in White, who became Hydaelyn. Like her descendant, who would go on to become us in the breaking of the realities. It was his involvement. But I don't know. I don't know enough about that Azim. Apparently there's been hints and stuff of his involvement here and there. I haven't seen it, and I don't know what people are talking about. I look forward to finding it. But so far, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that Azim would do, but, you know, I don't know. We'll see. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be sometime before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. While away the days in the back room. So are we going to have a montage? Several weeks later. That feels like new music. That definitely sounds like new music.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
I wonder if this music is a hint to what's coming up. And I'm just not getting it.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
There's those cups.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Yeah, right?
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
It's been about 2 years.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading.
Are these cups for sale? Why are they always being shown? It's It's weird market placement for something that's so weirdly realistic looking.
Where was I? Ah, yes.
Now you're a finger reader?
The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
Chaos!
Nah, man, we killed
The
chaos
thorough
back in
investigation
Stormblood.
conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away.
Oh, that's handy.
Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability.
I mean, that does make
When
sense
the time
considering
came,
the whole
restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal.
yeah, the whole missile terminal thing.
Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
Good.
This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
Reasonable, understandable.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
I wonder if Kryl doing the narration there is foreshadowing. Because remember, all through Dawn Trail, we had Arenville do it. But now Arenville's story arc is kind of done. And hers...
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly.
I missed what was just said. Is it somewhere? Damn. Dialogue isn't available anywhere. Why are they going to living memory? I totally missed it. God damn it.
No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here.
I guess they have to go to living memory to actually get it from the Meso Terminal, so these are the people who are going to living memory in order to extract their old memories back? Question mark? I missed it. I totally wasn't paying attention. Oh well.
So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes, be safe.
I'll see you soon.
We'll call her Timeless Sphene. We have Endless
So sweet
Sphene
of you,
and Timeless
but
Sphene.
you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
wonder how that whole thing got resolved. I mean, she's not their ruler. She's just another Sphene? Question mark? Even though technically she is the ruler that they thought they were following, but they weren't. I don't know. Politics. They really understate how far you have to go to get to Meso Terminal from here. If you're not doing Aetheryte travel, you gotta walk from Solution 9
Despite the disruption
to
caused
Vanguard,
by the dome's
get on
arrival,
the train, go to
the people in the
Chillin,
surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
go through Chiligalal to Yaktel, and then from Yaktel they have to go down to Mamul, and then across the forest to the Sea Note, through the Dead Baby Dungeon, and finally through the Golden City Gate to get to Living Memory. Like, it's such a trek. Look at this Wild West town that literally exists so that people can do Wild West RP.
The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials.
There's this whole thing. I'll be honest, the storyline here from 7.1 felt like it really should have been part of the MSQ.
But so too do they
but like
spur
an
us
early
onward,
part of the MSQ
keeping
or
our
something.
feet
I
ever
don't know.
moving
It just didn't feel
along
right.
life's path.
Or it just shouldn't have existed in the first place. I don't know. It just doesn't. It never. I never liked it. It felt so out of place. Like, I'm glad it happened. I like Kona. I'm glad that got resolved. And we couldn't have gotten that if we didn't like learn from him in MSQ. But like, I don't know. It just felt like it was shoved in just to like get it done. And it wasn't like part of anything. Hey, it's Bakul Jaja. We haven't seen you in forever. You had your whole ass story arc and then disappeared.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenote.
Nope, it's C-Note. I don't care what you say. Cenote is stupid.
Of course. We hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
So Bakul Jaja is a member of the Landsguard now? Makes sense. Considering how much he's like been defending the city.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course.
Probably busy talking with people.
She is still convalescing, I take it.
Oh, she's still passed out?
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
I don't understand that. She just forced her way through a barrier by beating it with a stick. Like, I get it. She beat the wall so hard that, like, it made her hands bleed. And it probably broke a rib or two, maybe an arm. But, like, I don't understand her being so weakened that she has to spend so long abed. I don't think that's true. I think maybe someone's pulling a fib just to, like, do some...
I can scarcely sleep
I
at
don't know.
night for the worry.
Wow, they didn't finish the voice line. He said, I can scarcely sleep at night, but the line is, like, I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me.
Nah, it's... He's just a siscon. He's being dramatic.
I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
I'll bet you she's literally just like sitting in bed eating ice cream or some shit. And in fact, I bet she snuck out and she's in town somewhere talking to someone. Hey, it's little Pello girl. I am so incredibly disappointed that we didn't get more of the shopping minigame. For 7.4, 7.5, or in the next expansion, I don't care when it is, but please, for the love of God, make a merchant minigame using the things that you use during the storyline with her. Because I loved that. And I was so excited when I knew that the Pello were going to be an allied society that we get to spend time with. I was fully expecting to open up a little shop and do like trading mini games and have a whole Racketeer type situation going on. I was so excited for that, and it so didn't happen. I really want that. Please. Like, I get the Rin's travel agency reference, and that's fine, but more cultural bullcrap on top of all the other cultural bullcrap y'all shoved in our faces. I don't care. I really don't care about the fishing, like, logistics of the rapids in Waku Pechu. Like, I just don't care. I want to do a merchant minigame. Or if we're gonna do a Rin's travel agency thing, have us traveling around. Have us taking tours of places. Not just here in Dawn Trail, but other places too. Or something. Like, not just cultural appreciation stuff. I get the cultural appreciation stuff, and I'm all in favor of the cultural appreciation stuff, but there's too much of it to also have it be an Alliance Society quest, especially when it's so much wasted potential. Please, please. I haven't finished the Rin's travel agency thing, but I'm betting everything that we never leave that frickin' zone with it, which is defeating the entire purpose of a travel agency. We should be traveling. We should be setting up small outposts here and there. That should be what we're doing when we're ranking up in the Rin's travel agency. Okay, we've set up the Rin's travel agency here. Now go over there and set up the Rin's travel agency over there and do 3 more quests over there and over there and over there and over there. I would love to go exploring in Mamul. Like, that place looks so pretty. Creating a Rin's travel agency down there would very much be in line with the Rin's travel agency thing in Final Fantasy X, because it looks just like Macalania Woods, which is where a Rin's travel agency is. But I bet you we're not doing that. I'll bet you anything we don't do that. And even so, it's still not the merchant minigame that I wanted. So I'm really hoping that at some point they do something with those animations where we did the merchant minigame so that we get a merchant minigame somewhere. Because that was so much fun. And I want more of it. Damn it.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
Yeah, you're weird.
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Uh-oh. What are you doing?
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
Is she gonna help, Wuk-Lamat sneak out of the castle?
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui.
Yeah, but kind of like lopsided, kind of like flipped on its head.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone.
Yeah, except it's like they tried to like do something weird with that.
My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning.
Wasn't his last words
The
to
living
like
can find
have the
strength in
old
the
man that we
memories of those we've
never saw again to take care
They
of
can
you?
help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself.
I don't remember him saying any of that.
So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
I mean, makes sense.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now.
True.
Or be who we've become.
Also true.
We all have memories like that, I bet.
Memories all alone in the moonlight. Well, then why did my face do that? Why? I don't think that was animated quite right. Are we getting a meanwhile? Oh no, we're just moving on to living memory. I still really hope this place like gets lit back up at some point. It was so pretty. I didn't get to enjoy it nearly enough. I'm pretty sure there's like a dungeon or something, but I don't. It's not enough. This place is so sad.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
Quiet. The entire first half of the expansion was just getting here. Like, I mean, it was just getting to the C note. Like,
especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
Yeah, that's why I'm really happy that this went smoothly.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday.
That's kind of sad.
Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Yarp, 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 yarp.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration.
Cool. How do we do
The
it?
first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time.
Ooh.
This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new endless, of course.
Huh? Wait a minute. Back up, rewind. These things don't make ether. These things spend ether to house the memories that they've accumulated. If we turn them all back on, we won't create any new endless, but all the endless that are still stored would theoretically still be in there, unless we like purposefully tell them not to reactivate the endless again. But then everything's just on. But it's not making ether, is my point. It's drawing ether from places, which is the whole reason why we turned it off. We turned these off because they were draining so much ether. Like, too much ether. I guess what they mean is that it will supply the ether to the mesoterminal so that we can do the whole memory reactivation thingy.
Once things are up
Like
and
all
running,
the systems
we use the
that are housing
terminal
the
to transmit the
systems.
signal and unlock the sealed memories.
Yeah.
There are 5 terminals in total.
Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene? Yes, I can do that.
Are we turning the
Not to
place
butt
back
in,
on?
but would you mind letting me take it?
I knew you were gonna sneak out and come here.
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates.
Like I said, all you did was ram into a wall over and over again. Like, maybe you've got a broken arm, maybe you've got some broken ribs, at most.
Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
That's what I said was gonna happen.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me.
We didn't erase the Endless. All we did was turn the machines off. As far as I'm aware.
I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that we didn't actually erase anything.
So
all we did
please,
was turn them off.
Let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
That's true,
I'll be
I guess.
careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
We need 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Who's going where? Does this mean we're actually turning this place back on? Because if we're actually turning this place back on for realsies, then I am so happy. This place looks miserable. Like, even if it's still empty, I still want it to be pretty. Like, I get it. That's kind of like, but I mean, look, you made your point. You did the story. I got it. Make it look pretty. There's no reason to make it, like, so miserable and sad. Especially with how many places are such nice references to Final Fantasy IX that just look hollow when they're turned off like this.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Yay! With our powers combined, we are Captain Planet! Yay! Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Look how nice it looks. Oh, I love
Was
Yesterland.
the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Oh no, is it only temporary? No! Let it stay! Let it stay! I want to see the Aoife tree! I want, oh man! Oh, sad cryo moment with parents.
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle?
It's not a miracle. Again, we didn't erase anything. They're just turned off. They are stored somewhere. The memories are data
But
that
those
is
days are
stored
gone.
away. It's
We
not
chose
erased,
to
it's just
move
off.
forward.
It's just not being accessed. It's like a
We hold
closed
fast
application
to our
on your
memories
computer.
of sorrow and of grief.
Having files on your computer does not take up like internet capacity, you know what I mean? It's like that's
we
not how
might
that
live
works.
full in the present ere the time of departure
It
comes.
doesn't take up power to have it on your computer. Closed. Look how nice and pretty.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Yay! Ooh, a nice like mixing of the two. I like that. A real sky with the landscape turned on? I'm all for that. That's great. And it really highlights my weird issue where it's like, there's a sun, there's a sky. This world isn't gone. What's going on with that? Like, what happened? And now everyone's going to remember every single person that ever died in their entire lives. That's going to be some weird-ass trauma. That's a whole new layer of trauma. Imagine forgetting everyone who ever died in your life, like your parents, your grandparents, your best friends, your neighbors, everyone, and then all those memories coming back at once. That's gonna suck. Right? Like, all the things that you didn't choose to forget, you just forgot. And all the important people that were, like, disappeared because of it.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
Aw.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned.
Yay!
There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I don't know, I think a few more people would be kind of devastated. Like, that was just like a single tear. Oh yeah, I forgot my mom died. Oh well. What the fuck? What the hell? I don't know, I'd be a little more fucked up. I'm just saying.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
Heck yeah.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
No problem, Ghostin. I'm sorry I thought you were evil.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
There's a weird, like, tear in my headphones. Like, that's... And it bothers me because there's like a little, like, divot in the rubber plastic stuff as well, and it's like, how long until these really expensive headphones become completely unusable? And I can't stop fiddling with it, which is only making it worse. Sorry, game.
What will you do now, Sven?
Good question. What will she do now?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossin. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria.
I don't think that was ever part of the question.
Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me.
I think the real question is, are you coming back as Queen Sven, Or are you coming back as Princess Sphene? Or are you coming back as just Sphene, citizen of Alexandria? I think that's the real question. I don't think anyone was going to be like, oh no, don't come back to Alexandria. You aren't welcome back in Alexandria, original queen. What the fuck?
So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
I don't think that was ever in question.
That will not do.
Yeah, nice curveball you're gonna swerve here, Ghost, and everyone sees where you're going with this.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Come on.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
Of course. Obviously. Come on, Ghosten, you have to remember, literally everyone here, except for me and maybe Kryl, is an idiot.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation.
Yarg.
We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone.
Yeah, because she's not a robot anymore, and that would be asking too much
If that
of a
is
single person.
acceptable, we implore you. Please, live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
Yarp, 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 yarp.
But I...
What? You literally are the original queen. Yes, you've been sleeping for 400 years, but you are the queen. The one. The actual one. I don't know what you were expecting. Like, I don't know what you're gonna protest here.
Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
He is 6! 6 years old!
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now.
And it's weird that their king and queen aren't married to each other. But again, 6!
What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
He knows how to cook. Just saying. I don't know if he's actually 6. He might be like 9, but which would be funny considering Final Fantasy 9. But yeah, you already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
I mean, I wouldn't use that
For
crown specifically.
centuries,
But,
my
you know.
other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians.
It's also her regulator, so technically speaking, like her thoughts and memories and stuff are still locked inside that thing. I wouldn't put it on. I would get rid of it and then get a new
I will
one.
not let them go unanswered.
Answers.
I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose,
I hate
I
this song.
accept the role of Queen of Reason.
I hate this song. Of all the songs they could have played, why this one? It's so...
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side.
It's so PBS, you know? It's so like Sesame Street Choir. I hate it. I don't like it at all.
That way, neither of us gets lost.
It reminds me of middle school, you know what I mean? Like, it's just... I don't like it.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
It reminds me of singing badly in chorus and being forced to, like, do really dumb, like, songs. Anyway, huzzah! Look! Oh, how pretty. Ah, I love it. I love it so much. I'm so happy that this is like back in color. I might spend days just wandering around here and here now, looking at every little thing. I'm so happy. I want to go visit the Clara Museum. I wish that was a real building you could go in, because the Clara Museum sounds so cool. And then there's the Aoife tree over there, and just... oh, yay! Yay, happiness. The Ferris wheel, and the Limblum airship thing, and oh, yeah, I'm so happy. And the volcano with the cool oil verts, and like Terra and Memoria frickin' like references with the faces and the big glass pane. I loved every single bit of this place so much. It just dripped with references. Like, even the canals down here kind of make me think of Daguerreau. And I love Daguerreau. It's one of my favorite places, period. Like, in all of video games, the Daguerreau secret libraries. Oh, man. I'm so happy this is back. I'm so happy. Alright. Thank you for your kind encouragement. Uklamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road, but with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolol will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home, then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Nod, nod, nod. Hell yeah, dude. I believe this marks the end of my role as well, as guide. I was intending to accompany Uklamat back to Toliolol, but what are your plans? Didn't you have some other matters to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us or I'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, sure. It's on the way, so you know what? Speak with Uklamat at Volak Shunsa. Let's go! And then I'll probably come back here later and like just wander around and be happy. Because, oh my god, it's back! I'm so happy it's back. Like, I cannot put into words. I think I put it into enough words. But other than that... 7.3 has been great. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along.
I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolol for a while.
We believe in you, Galulja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is happy to give it.
Yay! I'm a lizard thing.
Oh dear, our vow of resolve is out of sorts. Our vow of reason is out of sorts. Hello, Kona.
Can you blame me, Lamachi? You were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galulja.
Is that not allowed?
I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up.
Yes, Kona, I promise.
It won't be too long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire, after all. Nod.
Smile. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back?
Not everyone. Only the people who wanted them back. We're trying to keep things voluntary for the most part. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over.
It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. The new queen is actually the original old queen that got her love from that the previous queen got from the first queen that got from her. So it doesn't make sense that she inherited the love of her people from the old queen because she was the original queen. What the hell is going on anymore? There is no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend to fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Smile. Be sure to come again and visit us in Tuliolal. You'll always be welcome here. Nod. I'm not leaving yet, I don't think. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey, and I will disappear just like Gosetsu before me.
Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, as much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation will be reserved for the future, with each successive generation adding to their own chapter of the saga, just like already existed, but in book form instead of giant statues.
I think I've learned to be happy with who I am. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. Also, I'm 6. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me that there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best that I can. Friendship is magic.
You've really come far, Galulja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it.
Nods. I guess you have to go now. Be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you.
Send our best to Sphene and the others. Nod, nod. And waves. Waves, waves, nods, waves. Waves and nods.
Back to Praxis Park in Solution 9.
For yet more happy honky-go-dory speeches. I cannot wait. And hopefully a meanwhile of what's coming next. Because this is the end of the story for Dawn Trail. And it's time to start figuring out what's gonna happen next. What's the next story gonna be about? I'm so curious. Even though for me personally, there's still a lot more of this story to go. Because I haven't unlocked Arcadian or anything like that. So there's still a little bit more of this for me personally, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Hello, everybody. You're here! Yes, I am here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. I mean, technically speaking, you're still stuck in a bubble. We gotta get you guys out of this bubble first. Although, once we get you out of the bubble, that causes a whole host of new problems because your city only runs because you're in this bubble. It's a whole weird problem. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions with the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival to the source. Yeah, but didn't we disband? Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. That is true. Once again, I'm in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. Probably not much. I mean, there would be like a whole war with Tuliolal and they would have lost and we would have had to come deal with it anyway, but it would have been like further along. I had another news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Well, that makes sense. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance, like a graveyard of sorts. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. That's the first I've heard of it. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Melodies and life of all that. I am kind of surprised that they haven't played Melodies of Life at any point, because it's very fitting for this situation. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard, a wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. Once again, it almost feels like it's leading up to Melodies of Life, which I would really love. I would be so happy. But I don't know if that's really coming. But I would love it if it is. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis truly, yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. That is true. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Roll credits. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Yay! Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Gasp! Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home ever since. Now I feel a part of this new Alexandria in large thanks part your patient guidance. I lost the ability to read partway through that. It just went away. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. So you're not becoming a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Oh well. I want Shale. In fact, no, I still want Zelenia to be a scion of the Seventh Dawn. I want her to turn up randomly one day and be like, hey, remember that time you killed me? I learned about what was going on, and I feel really bad about that. And I was wondering if I could, like, join you because you stood for her when I couldn't, and I need to, like, learn to be a knight again, and whatever. I don't care. I want Zelenia to be a scion of the Seventh Dawn. I don't really care how it happens. Even though I know it never will, because she's a giant robot lady, but fuck it. Some few of us will stay here as well, as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs, and have no shortage of mysteries into which we will delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Yay! Huzzah! Whoopee, in fact. Promise of tomorrow. Yay! Is there gonna be a meanwhile? Ooh, sudden cutoff of sound. Ooh. Calyx, is that you? Ah, I knew it! He did manage to do his whole data transfer thing. Maybe not 100%, but like 97%. Hi, Calyx. I didn't know a robot could sweat. Whoa! Man, aspect negative of me is scary.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs.
And yet you sweat, which also doesn't make sense.
I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
The prudent course would have been not to send an icon against the Icon Slayer. Just pointing that one out.
A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time...
I'll get you next time.
I'll get you, Gadget, next time. Next time.
How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
I'll get you,
I had
Gadget.
it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
If you know it's heroics, then you know what you did is the wrong thing. Just pointing that out. It's like, you know what you were doing needed heroics to stop. Not villainactics or whatever the fuck the villain version of that would be. Meddling, I guess, or something. I don't know. If it weren't for those meddling kids. Hey, look, an Ascian. A data Ascian?
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
I wonder where they are.
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
So Calyx maybe was an Ascian soul at some point? Well, I wonder which one he is. He might be a Fandaniel. It's possible. I mean, our Fandaniel was just the Fandaniel of Alag. So it was the Fandaniel of the source. If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Oh, okay. In memoriam. Yay! Huzzah! We did it! Let's fucking go! The promise of tomorrow. And just like that, for the very first time ever, I am fully caught up with the MSQ, and I've got a to be continued in the right top left corner of my screen. And it feels awful. I hate it. I want more story now. Anyway, huzzah and yippee and whatnot and so forth. So we know the Ascians are involved. We've known that for a while. We know that Calyx is alive, quote unquote. We know that that's going to move forward into the future. And we'll see what comes of that. I don't know. Now, I'm going to take like a 5-10 minute break, get some more water, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff, and then when we get back, we'll probably go to Eureka. So if you were here for 7.3, 7.3 is done now. I'm going to be chilling out, going to Eureka Pyros. I'm going to gonna do some grinding there to get the rest of the Pyros crystals I need in order to get the armor, and then we're off to Hydratos. And that'll probably take the remainder of stream, to be perfectly honest with you, because it takes a while to get those things to spawn. So that's the plan. I will catch you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna leave you guys here, and yeah. So take a break, everybody. Break time. Here's my BRB. Boop. Okie dokie, I'm here. Hello. I just got a message that a hunt train is leaving in just a couple of minutes, and that will be perfect for us to talk about my thoughts about the patch. Hello. Whew. Let me just mess with my hair a little bit. There we go. So we will talk about my feelings about the patch, and we will then afterwards. I remembered we were going to watch Cider Spider's predictions and his thoughts, and we were going to compare them with my thoughts, and we'll have a nice little discussion about that. See how other people feel about the patch versus how I feel about the patch, and that'll be a nice, fun conversation to have. Now, where the heck is this hunt happening? It's happening in Goblin. No wonder the time is so much longer than usual. Usually it's like, oh, we're leaving in like 4 or 5 minutes. We're leaving in like 2 minutes, whatever. But no wonder if the queue is like a queue. Got to give people a few minutes to get there. All right, so thoughts of 7.3. Loved it. I had a great time. Like, I don't think I really need to say too much more than that because I've said it over and over again. And it's like 7.2 was a real step up from 7.1, and 7.3 really continued that upwards momentum for me. I really enjoyed it. Like, they did a lot of the things we wanted them to do. Like, they stayed on focus, like in 7.2. We kept the course. We moved forward. There was the fun puzzle bits, which was new. I wasn't expecting to do like a whole Final Fantasy X-esque trial dungeon thing, like a puzzle dungeon, whatever. I thought that was really fun with like the different keys and whatnot. I thought it was a little silly how they did like the keywords, you know, but whatever you got to do to like get that to function, I guess. Like make sure that everyone can do the content, because this game is for teenagers as well, you know. And some teens are stupid. You just gotta like roll with that. Like most kids are smarter than you give them credit for, but some are real dumb. Ooh, that thing is pretty. Where do you get that from? I've never seen this mount before. It must be a new mount or something. Like, I've never seen this thing before. That's so cool. Anyway, so yeah. I loved the puzzles. I loved hanging out with Shale. The geode thing really got me. I really felt like he was going to be the new Moon Brita. Like, the way that everyone really, really cared about his death specifically, the way that they did. It definitely felt like they were going to bring it back a couple more times. Like it was going to become a big deal in the future, somehow. Like we're going to learn more about Geode in the future, somehow. Maybe through Shale becoming a Scion or something, I don't know. But it's gonna come back later on, I'm sure of it. At least that's how it felt. And I'm totally down for it, because I like Geode. And I was sad when he died. I liked Calyx as a villain. He is definitely Doomer teen given too much power, trying to do some Doomer teen stuff. Like it definitely fit the vibe of like the whole conversation between life and death. I love the symbolism and philosophy matching with Final Fantasy IX. Going with a lot more of the Final Fantasy IX references. I really liked... I think Everkeep was in 7.2, but that dungeon, like, as a whole was fun. Beatrix was fun, yeah. Meso Terminal was a pretty okay dungeon. It was okay. Like, I guess we'd had, like, enough reference dungeoning for a little bit, which makes sense. It was much more of Final Fantasy XIV dungeon than a Final Fantasy IX reference dungeon. which works for me because right after that we got Necron, and Necron was fantastic. And the big confrontation was great. I thought it was really funny how Calyx was like, yes, we get it. We don't really need like a big monologue battle or whatever. Like, I think we all understand why we're here. I believe that what I'm doing is right. You guys disagree, and now we kill each other. Let's go. And it's like, but you don't understand. What I created was a primal of the concept of death, and so you scared the life out of my creation, and that only makes it stronger. Mwahaha! And then we just like remove that faith, and it's very much like, oh, well, how do you make primals? Well, you give it faith and you give it ether. Normally we have to cut off the ether because we kill it enough times. You can't get enough ether, but we have plenty of ether, so now we got to get rid of the faith part instead. And I think it's the first time we really tried to do that. It was kind of a unique way of depowering a primal. It was a good excuse to use some primal stuff again. Because I feel like they've done primals so many different times, and this time they really didn't do primals. They did the Vidrals, which is based on the Stormblood-like things, which is different. And it was nice to see more of that instead of primals, but then the primal finally came back, and it was like, oh, it's a unique way of doing primals this time, or dealing with a primal this time. And of course, it was Necron, which was awesome! Great reference. Very fun fight too. Very difficult, but not difficult in a dumb, cheap way. It was difficult in a, ooh, these mechanics are really interesting and thematic way. Like the jumping up the platforms to like reach the light. I thought that was cool, you know, very fun, like death, like getting out of death sort of like symbolism. And it turns out Calyx isn't all the way dead, although the big like epic showdown with him was pretty fun. And it was very funny how they did the fake out. The like, oh, is Luke Lamont gonna steal our thunder again? Nope. Now we finally get to do something. We get to be the hero. Frickin' finally. Well, wow. And it is a little cheap that when we do it, it doesn't work. When we do it, Calyx lives, but when Sphene does it, fine. Which is a little, but Calyx was a fun bad guy, so I'm not too upset that he's still alive. Oh, we're moving. Oh god, we're schmoving. I'm missing out. But I thought that was fine. The we defeated the concept of death with the power of friendship thing was a little cringy, but it's part of the course for most JRPGs, including Final Fantasy, and personally, some people need to hear it sometimes. Like, some people need to be reminded that these concepts are more powerful if you give them that kind of power, you know? It can be an important thing for you. That's fine. It makes it's a nice, deep understanding of a metaphysical concept. Sure, you know? Even if it is dramatic as all hell, you know? But where else are you gonna get that than from JRPGs, you know? And especially when are you gonna see it done, like, more heartfeltedly than in games like Final Fantasy or Persona or something, you know? Oh my god, there's so many people here that they don't even spawn in. Oh, I'm still mounted like an idiot. Holy. There are too many people here. I am not able to actually hit things. Holy. But yeah, and then the ending where it's like, oh, let's address all the little things that were a problem, like how little how little contribution Galulja has really made. It's like, oh, well, he's aware of it, and he's trying to work on it. He's trying to do more things. Good. And then they bring back living memory and make it pretty again. Good. I love that they did that. I'm very, very happy that they did that. So happy, in fact, that just that alone would have kind of made the patch for me. It's like, awesome. They brought it back. Some people might argue they shouldn't have taken it away in the first place. I kind of disagree. I am glad they took it away. I wish they brought it back sooner. But I guess if they brought it back sooner, it wouldn't have had quite the impact that it did. So having it come back at the end of the 7.3, at the end of the story, kind of fits well thematically and narratively. So I'm actually pretty happy with when they brought it back and that they brought it back and all that good stuff. So no, I pretty much liked all of that. And yeah, so I guess as far as like a rating would go, I'd probably give this a 9 out of 10. It was really, really good. There are places it could have improved. There are places where it could have punched harder. There are places where it could have done more. But what's there wasn't bad. And it wasn't even just okay. It was good. What was there was good. It just had some small points here and there where it was like, this could have had a harder impact than it did, but it was already good. So I honestly would probably give this about a 9 out of 10. Like, there were parts where I was like, yes! And there were parts where I was like, oh no. Like, I felt good playing it, even while having emotions both good and bad. Like, the villain was good, the story was good, what came out of it was good. There was no real parts where I was really infuriated with how bad something was. Like, I memed on Wuklamad a lot, but that's because Wuklamad is very memeable. And the things that made me go into a tirade were things that were in the past, you know? Like the whole Rin's travel agency thing. Like, that's in the past. That has nothing to do with 7.3. So, yeah, I would give 7.3 a very high rating. 9 out of 10, maybe an 8.5 if I really had to be nitpicky about it. But like an upper 8.5, 8.7, I guess, or something like that. Closer to 9 than 8. What would have made it a 10 is, again, things having more of an emotional impact, things being a little more concise and punchy with its wording instead of being long, drawn out, and philosophical, which suits the Final Fantasy IX vibes, but maybe we've come a little ways in the last 25 years when it comes to literature, you know? It's like, Final Fantasy IX is my favorite game of all time, forever and ever, and it always will be, but it is 25 years old, 26 years old. And we could have improved instead of emulating, you know what I mean? And so that's my thoughts. That's how I feel about it. We're in instance 2. I'm gonna go to instance 1. Now, I would like to swap it over to the video now, to like watch the video, see what he thinks right away. But to be perfectly honest, I don't know how to swap sounds. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to make it so that you don't hear the game while I'm playing, other than just going like BGM 0 or some shit. Master Volume 0. Which I guess I could do. In fact, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So I can be playing and listening. How do I do it though? Like, I know how to like do it in the menu, but I think there might be a way I can do it like I do BGM 0. There might be a way I can do like all sounds. I don't know how to do it. Let's see. It's this one. Like that. And let's get the video going. So, predictions for 7.3.
So, this is the...
Let me... let me see if I can get this over here. Window capture. No, that's not what I wanted. How have I done this? There. And then properties, like that. Nope. Yeah. How do I fix this? Transform, fit to screen. Sure.
The last stream before patch 7.3, which is the finale of the Dawn Trail MSQ. I wanted to put on paper, or on video, I guess, my prediction for what's going to happen in the MSQ. That way I can publish it, and we'll find out if I'm right. I probably should have spent some time organizing my thoughts on this, but here's what I think is going to happen. Basically, I expect it to be a repeat of 5.3. I feel like it's just going to do 5.3 over again, but with Terral and Alexandria instead of Norvrant. This has been my standing prediction. I'm still pretty much expecting to be right, but we'll go into a dungeon.
I wonder what he means by
the
that.
Meso terminal. Okay, wait. We gotta settle the Neo regulators first. So those are gonna be probably play a similar role to Elidibus's Warriors of Light. The Neo regulators will probably absorb everybody's souls into a giant blob so that Calyx can use it to power the Meso terminal as a ploy to get us to go and fight him so that he can steal our magic cup, which he probably will.
Sort of.
And then it's going to be just like Elidibus with the soul crystal. He's going to activate the terminal, and so instead of Elidibus using the soul crystal to activate the crystal tower so that he could summon things from the other shards, it'll be Calyx using the magic cup to power the Meso terminal to summon things from other shards. We'll have to go through a dungeon which will replay his memories in a dramatic fashion and explain to us why we should feel bad for him. And then as we're about to stop his plans, he'll, in a last-ditch effort, use the magic cup to summon something to defeat us, which will turn out to be probably Necron. I've never even played Final Fantasy IX, but everybody's saying Necron. I think they're probably right, which will represent the Alexandrians' fear of death. We'll defeat it, and then Smile will play, and Sphene will say, "Don't worry, Calyx, you're just misunderstood. You're an Alexandrian just like the rest of us. If only you weren't an idiot." And
if only you weren't an idiot.
I'll say the clouds have parted and the sun is shining on another beautiful day. But I'm already dead. I'm just a magic computer ghost, idiot. And Sphene will be like, yeah. What did Yoshi P say that the patch theme was going to be about, like the concept of whether or not
to be
memories
fair,
count
we
as
didn't
alive,
redeem
like a thing we already did like 3 times.
a lot of this.
I'm still
right,
kind of
though.
iffy on if I think Sphene is going to live or die. I think there's odds that they could kill Sphene. I'm just not 100%. I don't think they have the guts. Well, the thing is, they spent all of 7.2 making us care about her, which means now we're invested, and so now we care if she lives or dies. Prior to 7.2, nobody really did. Now we've got something to lose. There's some stakes there. So I don't think they're brave enough to do it, but I also wouldn't put it past them. It's a big dramatic patch, which means someone has to die. They never end a story without killing off something that we are supposed to care about. It's never just a happy ending, it's always bittersweet. And so they need for us to care about someone that dies, and I don't think they're going to be able to make anybody care about Calyx. It's too short a time. They're not going to kill Wookiee. We already know that. But Sphene would be on the chopping block. The only thing is, we've already killed Sphene like 3 times, and so this would be like the 3rd or 4th time that Sphene dies.
It would be like in Doctor Who,
the
where they
main
killed
reason I
Rory
think they
like a whole
might
bunch
not
of
do it.
times.
But there's a possibility. What if Geode? No one cares about Geode. Geode is named after a rock, and he looks like a brick. They're not going to get the dramatic heartstrings pulling scene if they killed Geode. They tried that with freaking Wittergelt. What was the guy, the Alamegan dude that like gets cut down by Fordola and nobody even remembered who he was? Winfred? Who's
You mean Winfred? You asshole. I love Winfred.
An Alamegan refugee from ARR they brought back in Stormblood.
Wilred is his name, by the way.
Yeah, that guy. Who's Wittergelt? Was Wittergelt one of the Warriors of Light?
Justice for Wilred. I liked Wilred. I was really sad when he died.
There was a Rogadin and a Midlander on the first that got awakened by Elidibus that vowed to be heroes or whatever. Wittergelt is the monk. Oh yeah. Wittergelt is the monk trainer. How the heck did I think of him? I mean, he's one of like 5 notable Highlander NPCs that have the busted face. I think that's why.
I wouldn't have been surprised if they tried to make it more like Mefrid, but
who cares? Most of the Highlander faces are busted. Let's be honest. But yeah. So I'm kind of iffy on whether I think Sphene lives or not.
It's like, first of all,
be the most dramatic moment
justice for Wilred, but also justice for Geode.
I think there's a possibility that they kill Sphene, but then extract her memories for real and put them in the robot again, and then we go back to robot Sphene, but it's the real one this time. I think there's a possibility that could happen, because then you'd have to play with the idea of, is it really Sphene, or is it just a program pretending to be Sphene? And then, like, that would bring up the old moral dilemma again for, like, the 3rd time. But I think there's at least some chance that they might do that. She'll sacrifice herself to save everybody, but her memories will get thrown into the orogenics machine again. Or maybe she has to sacrifice herself so that she can take over the Meso terminal again, because she actually has the authority to do so as the queen. So maybe she's got to go back into the robot, which means dying. I'm kind of over-under on if they kill Sphene, but I think that there's good odds that they do kill Sphene, but if they do, they'll probably still bring her back. Now, mind you, it would be a 3-peat, but, well, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what role Goober Jaw is going to play. Probably none. Let's see.
Yeah.
What's Goober Jaw's arc? His dad is an idiot.
His dad is an idiot.
His mom was a freak, and his dad was a moron. And he cares about his dad. But now he knows how to hack. Now he knows how to get around age verification and view illicit websites on the internet. What is he going to do in 7.3? Possibility we see Gunnar Jaw, but probably not. I'm trying to think, because he's got the dramatic trailer scene where he's like, "Dad, I'm weak." And for some reason, Otis's sword, his grave, sits next to Zoral Jaw, Lizard Hitler. Why? I don't know. Like, why would you bury your dad that
I also thought that was kind of weird,
alongside the robot man that actually raised you and is pretty chill and all around a good guy? Dang it, Goober Jaw. They're supposed to be on the hill like Horshaphant.
Galul Jaw's caring about his dad is almost the exact opposite of Wuklamot not caring about her real dad.
He was the one that was running away. It was Lightning Zeus. I don't remember what name he had. Too many knights and none of them were.
It's like, I think both of them are kind of wrong. It needs to be somewhere in the middle.
Oh yeah, so let's backtrack a little bit, summarize events. So the Neo Regulators activate, they pull everybody's memories and souls out of their bodies, throw them into a big machine so that Calyx can turn on the Meso terminal in order to bait us into trying to attack him, so that he can steal our magic cup from us, so that he can generate dimensional fusion.
Never actually got the magical cup from us.
Summon a primal, but I think they're done with primals as a plot point, which they seemed pretty confident in.
Turns out Necron was a primal
summonings. So prior to Endwalker,
like, everyone knew that Necron was coming, but not how.
So like, he's probably going to use their souls to turn the terminal back on. And he has to take the cup so that there could be a ticking clock element of we have to get it back before he uses it. So he's going to.
It turns out the ticking clock was more part of the cutscene.
It has to end up in his hands, or he's no threat to us. Like, he's only a threat if he gets the cup. So it's going to happen, and he'll use it to dimensionally merge worlds. But we'll stop him part way just in time for Necron to appear. Calyx might turn into Necron. I'm undecided on if Calyx will actually
Calyx
be
turning
Necron
into
or if he'll
Necron.
just summon him, but either way it won't really matter. We'll still have a dramatic last conversation with him after the fight. Was the cup used by any science? No. The cup merges dimensions together. We can't just go using it. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of it. I just basically think it's going to be a rehash of 5.3. It'll probably go beat for beat the same as 5.3 did. And after we
I actually
defeat Calyx
didn't think
and
of
stop the
that
dimensional merge
being a beat
partway
for
through,
beat.
he'll accidentally create some kind of weird
But the
bridge
fact that he,
slash
like,
rift,
got
and
it
Zero's
so
gonna walk out of
close
it and say, "Hey,
makes
it's
me
been a
want to
while."
think about that.
She's gonna tip her hat. She'll have a new hat.
Because
Her
I
new
didn't,
hat
I didn't
is
really
gonna
consider
be...
those to be even similar.
Oh no, I already
but I
used
guess
that
they
joke.
must have been. If he can,
I was
if he
gonna say,
can,
it's gonna be
guess for
Xenos'
it like
head,
that.
but as like a lion. You know where people do like they take like a lion head and turn it into a hat. But we already used that joke. It was originally Wuklamot, but she's got to be there with us. So like, there can't be two Wuklamots. She's gonna show up and say, "It took you long enough. Things are way worse than you thought," and then that's gonna be where it ends. Everything is going really, really badly. You have no idea what's out there. By the way, I'll tell you about it in a few months.
No, it turns out that
And it's gonna
Wuklamot
cut to
didn't tell us
poetry
about it.
by
We just got
Yoshi
like a
P that
meanwhile.
Says, "Wow, even at their lowest point, our heroes never gave up hope. Don't let go of the memories of the past. Maybe they're still alive. Yoshi P, see you in the next patch, idiot." Please look forward to it. There's no time. Get in the airship in 6 months when the next patch comes out.
There's
Zenos
no
from another shard
time.
joins us as a new scion. I'm saying Durante / Golbez from the post-Endwalker arc is the Xenos shard, and so if we do avoid expansion, we can have Xenos as a chill guy that's our friend, and I don't think the devs are possessing of enough willpower to resist doing that. It's gonna happen. And Walker was the Void expansion? No, it wasn't. No. 6.1 through 6.5 are equivalent to the Warriors of Darkness saga from Heavensward. They're just like, hey, people from another world trying to save their world. They need our help to do it. And then we help them. And then they go back and they say, all right, everything's fine now. We're gonna save our world. And then they leave. And they're going to come back in expansion later and be like, yeah, it didn't really go according to plan. We need your help again, idiots. That's going to happen. It's going to be a retread of Shadowbringers, the same as every plot line has been since Shadowbringers. We're going to the Dragon Motherland. There's nothing there. It's dead. Oh, but anyway, yeah. So those are my very lukewarm predictions for 7.3 MSQ. I can't wait to come back and watch this on Tuesday and realize that I was 100% correct. I don't figure out what happens with Goober Jaw, though. He's a grown-up ruler. I mean, he could get sucked into the dimensional fusion portal when Calyx inevitably gets his hands on the cup, and then after we defeat Necron, he comes back out, and he's like, wow, that time dilation sure is crazy. Now I'm older and taller like Varshan, so I can help you in the trust mission, or something stupid like
Go
that.
through
I
go
spent
through time.
30 years in the void.
Like everyone's an adult now.
Here's my hot goth GF. To help defeat Necron. What do you mean it's been 5 minutes? Is Zero the GF? Of course. Finds out he is a clone after all and helps out Calyx out of mortal fear because he's gonna die in like 10 years. Lol. No, that'd be too interesting.
That would be very Vivi. So yeah, interesting. Again, I never really thought of a lot of that stuff. Like he almost beat for beat, like got it, and with like very few key points that are different. But he got it in a way that I hadn't ever considered, because I never really thought of those things as similar. Because Calyx and Elidibus don't seem even close to similar characters. And Norvrant and all that just doesn't seem in any way similar to Solution 9. Like I don't see those places as being similar. And so I didn't and I don't think of those characters as similar. So I didn't think of the plot points as being similar. And I still don't think that they are in any way the same. And everyone knew Necron was coming. But I did think it was very interesting how, despite him having that different mindset of, oh, Endwalker and like Endwalker is just like Shadowbringers, and Dawn Trail is just like Shadowbringers, and so it's gonna be just like Shadowbringers. I never made those connections, and I don't really agree, but somehow you got the right answer regardless, so I guess there's some truth in it. I guess there must be. Anyway, let's see what he actually thought of it.
Well, all right. It's only right that we do the epilogue. I said I would do this. Yesterday I put out a video that was my predictions for patch 7.3. And I said that it was just going to be a repeat of 5.3. And we had a couple of other wacky like jokes, but I've just finished the patch. Let's give some initial fresh thoughts on it. So, first initial impression, like, I'm just going to get it out of the way, call it what it is. I didn't like it very much. I thought the patch was bloated and incredibly boring for like most of the runtime. There were a lot of things that felt pointless and a lot of scenes that felt like they didn't need to be there. And so it just felt like it was kind of padded out. I would call patch 7.3 the appropriate ending to the Dawn Trail story. Like it pretty much fits in with the rest of the Dawn Trail story. It's like, how else would you end Dawn Trail but with a patch like 7.3? It felt bloated, meandering, and kind of unsatisfying, in all honesty. Not as bad as 7.1, not as good as 7.2. So it's very mid in terms of the patches so far, just like based on the story.
Wow,
the
I
completely
completely don't agree.
I'm surprised they didn't reprise Geode's, like, they killed Geode immediately, which is one of those things that I always complain about in Dawn Trail. This entire expansion, I've had this problem where they set something up and then pay it off immediately. And so the setup always happens right before the payoff. And so it becomes really predictable, where it's like, oh, we met a guy that sells weaving accessories. He's a weaving merchant. And then like 2 quests later, we need someone to buy thread. And all of a sudden, they're like, okay, hey, there's a guy we literally just met. Or it's like, hey, we met a guy that's training to be a goldsmith. 2 quests later, we need a goldsmith. And so, oh, let's go to that guy we just met. Like, they always do the setup right before the payoff. And Geode was the same way. There's like, nobody knew or cared about Geode at all. And so they give us a couple of quests wandering around with him and explaining his backstory and how important he is to Shale, apparently, and you know, how many good times they had together. And then he dies immediately. And they're like, oh, great, yeah. So that was the setup, was trying to make us care about him, and now he's dead. And then we spend, you know, God, what felt like hours just mourning his death when we were supposed to be stopping Calyx. And
it's
yeah,
like 15 minutes
padded.
at most.
Like, the dialogue is getting way too long in some of these cutscenes, whereas like there's using so many words to say so little, and there's also a lot of there's a constant need to remind you of everything that happened, and so there's a lot of backtracking and talking in circles and like repeating things. And the story is getting like, I don't know, it spends too many words saying too little, and then 90% of the gameplay is talking. So if it just feels like most of the dialogue doesn't really strike intrigue, then it's boring.
I can see
as for
at
where the
points where it's
story
like that,
actually
but
went, it wasn't a complete rehash of 5.3, so there's that, I guess. It probably would have been better if it was, but because it felt like it didn't have the same level of urgency. Like 5.3 culminates with freaking Hero's Gauntlet, where Elidibus is summoning Warriors of Light left and right. He's going to activate the Crystal Tower. It will probably kill Graha if he does, and he's like trying to like, we're racing against the clock, and then they have a dungeon that plays that out, and it actually feels like a desperate situation, and is very immersive, very good stuff, culminating in also one of the better trials in the entire MSQ. This one, like, Meso Terminal as a dungeon was kind of forgettable. Like, the bosses were fun. The second boss in particular was a standout, but as far as like the dungeon's place in the story, it almost didn't need to be there. It was just, well, there's got to be a dungeon in the MSQ. I guess we'll do this again. And the trial, I don't know. The trial also kind of felt like, well, we need to have a trial, so let's summon Necron and have that fight.
Wow,
like, it almost didn't need to be there. And mechanically, the normal version of the trial is kind of
completely disagree.
You know,
what?
it didn't really feel like it was doing anything special. I haven't tried the extreme yet, but
wow,
just so.
I
not
so
one of the
completely
better trials
disagree
in my,
with this take. I'm
honest
so
opinion.
surprised.
I like the last one a lot better. And then they did that thing again where a lot of cool stuff happened in cutscenes that I felt like could have been a solo duty. That last cutscene that was like 20 minutes long where everybody's fighting Calyx in the Meso Terminal, I feel like that normally would be like a good solo duty. Like Wukelmot's trying to break down the barrier, they're
like
holding
you're
off
actually,
Necron
like, engaged
again,
in it.
and like everything's going wrong, and there's purple gas everywhere and whatnot. Like,
but they wanted to
like
be
perfect
dramatic
fodder
with
for
it,
a
and I thought
solo
it
duty,
was
and
nice.
The puzzle section, Warehouse 1029, that was, like, as we discussed in the moment, like, I'm glad it wasn't just walking around talking to 3 people, but if they're gonna have like point and click style puzzles, they've got to actually be puzzles. They can't just have obvious solutions, because it's not fun if the solution is obvious. It's just, oh, this is still just walking around and clicking on glowing objects with
maybe
extra
I'm
steps.
just
like,
dumb
there's no
because
real puzzle element to it.
I thought it was
they got a little
pretty
bit different
puzzly.
with that. Like there was like hints.
It's like
of
it wasn't
puzzles.
hard
It was puzzles,
by any
but
means
They would have to
by
lean a
any
little
stretch
bit
of the
more into
imagination,
that to
but it
make
was
truly
engaging.
interesting. Although I still prefer it to just talking to 3
It took me
people
like
Yeah,
5,
there's
10
a lot of moments
minutes
in
to
this
do.
patch that would have
Like,
made good
you know,
solo.
It took me a few
games.
minutes.
Like, again, that confrontation with Calyx, the opening section with Geode felt like it should have been something, and I don't know. Writing-wise, I've said ever since 7.0, I feel like the whole concept of regulators and the memory manipulation, like, I always felt like all that was really stupid and kind of reductive, and it just, it's
really?
impossible for me to believe that a society has built itself around that technology. Like, it doesn't really make enough sense the way that it works, the way that it's explained, and I could never really truly.
What do you
get
mean?
invested
It's literally
in it.
just
And
like
so this
it
patch
allows you
being
to turn
entirely
memories
focused
into
on
data,
living without
and then
regulators and overcoming
put
the
them in
fear of
storage.
death. Like, it just didn't really land for
write
me.
it like it's data. I don't know.
I found myself not very invested in the story at all. The most interesting part of the story since 7.2 has just been Sphene as a character. She kind of has been carrying it. But even Sphene, 7.2 was interesting because we see Sphene at a low point. She's woken up into a strange new world that's allegedly her home, and she has to get a grasp of the situation while feeling very out of place. So there's that disparity there. But Sphene in this patch, for the most part, is just like, she's kind of, her resolve has been tested. She knows she's going to be the hero. She's going to help her people do whatever is right, what needs to be done. And so she kind of wraps back around to being kind of boring again because her character arc is kind of completed like early on in the patch. It's like, okay, she's already tempered her resolve. She's going to save the day, do whatever needs to be done for Alexandria. But the removal of a lot of that doubt, that second guessing, that
new
lack
arc
of
got
like
kind of a
belonging
climax
kind of takes away what made her interesting in the
Beatrix
previous
section
patch.
with
And so
with
it was
Zelenia.
obvious that was the direction her character was going to go, but
So
it
this is
also
more
makes
like
me care a little bit less. It's
hardening and
less
resolving and,
investable
like,
for me. So
get
it's
that
like,
done.
we didn't even have the crutch of Sphene to
And I thought it
lean
paid
on.
off pretty
If
well
anything,
with-
it felt
with
like
the
more of a
big thing
shale
with
patch.
Calyx.
But at least the cinematics look pretty sometimes now. The cutscenes are pretty good. They've definitely come a long way in how they make cutscenes versus how they used to. And even the in-engine stuff is like, it's visibly, like, noticeably much better. You get a lot more range of expression out of the characters' faces, and they had a lot of, like, cleverly used animations to make it look a little bit less stiff than some of the previous MSQ
I've
cutscenes.
talked about it over and
Pretty
over
good
again.
stuff with
how
the
I like
cutscenes.
the-
Just like I said, I
the
wish
shuddering
some of
of
the
the chin
cutscenes
and
felt
the
like they could have
shaking
been
of the
solo
hands.
duties. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty much the best way I can describe it. Is I feel like this is like the appropriate ending to Dawn Trail. It feels right at home in this expansion, and so better writing than 7.1. I feel like the character writing was on par with 7.2, but the script was very bloated, and so it's like the characters for the most part act like themselves. They feel believable. They feel like they should, and that's good because 7.0, a lot of people felt like they weren't being characterized properly, which really bothered me a lot. 7.3, everybody's characterized correctly, but the dialogue is just very padded. It's just people just talk endlessly about things that don't really need that much discussion. And so it actually, again, just made me less
just didn't
invested
feel
in it
that way
because
to
it just
me.
felt like the conversations were going on and on and on forever. And I just, like, I don't know. Like, the writing
Maybe
is,
I'm just
it's
interested
better
in
in
what
the
people have to say.
characterization,
I
but
don't
it's
know.
still got the same Dawn Trail bloat problem of just being overly written. Like, it feels like somebody's trying to hit a word minimum, and so a lot of the conversations are just way longer than they need to be. So, man, I don't feel like I've really had much positive to say, but yeah, honestly, after slogging through that, I don't really feel too positively about it. Again,
Slogging
the
through-
most
I mean, to
praise
be
I
fair,
can
he
give
did
is
it
just
all
that
in a
was
day,
better than
and I did it in
7.1. But that's not hard.
But
7.1 was the worst patch since 2.2. Like, 7.1
What?
MSQ was really bad, in my opinion. Would you recommend someone
7.1
subscribe
wasn't
just for
great.
this
It
patch
wasn't
on this?
that
I
bad.
mean, if you're on the fence about it, I would just wait until the rest of the content comes out, honestly. My genuine take would be it's probably better to wait until like 7.4 and then just like subscribe a week before 0.4 comes out, and then you get 2 patches worth of content on 1 month subscription. Yeah. There's no urgent reason to subscribe right now. All we've got is the MSQ, the Alliance raid, and then the new treasure dungeon. And like, if you're not gonna be doing the treasure dungeon a lot, you're not really gonna miss anything if you
To be
wait
fair,
until
I
the
haven't
next
done
patch.
the
I don't
new
think
treasure
8.0 is gonna be any
dungeon
better. I would be optimistic about 8.0 more than the patches, because with Dawn Trail, 7.0 comes out, they would have already had planned a lot of the patch cycle. And so, they could adjust some of the writing. I think it's clear after 7.1 that the jump from 7.1 to 0.2 showed some adjustments to the writing philosophy, I feel. And so you could tell that they took the feedback into account a little bit. But, you gotta imagine they probably planned a lot of things that were going to happen, like, because they need to make the assets and they need to plan, like, dungeons and trials and stuff. So, like, some stuff was probably already set in stone. Like, they probably already knew, okay, we're gonna fight Necron, we're gonna have to fight Zelenia. Like, that stuff they were gonna have to find a way to work it in. So I'm sure they could still adjust the script, just not dramatically. But with 8.0, it'll be a whole new like writing team arrangement. It'll like Ishikawa's the lead expansion writer for Shadowbringers. I think she was an Endwalker as well. Dawntrail was under Hiroi. So it's like, it's a different structure to the team on a per expansion basis. So I think with 8.0, they'll probably have someone else helming the writing. And so Ishikawa's still like the head of writing, but the head expansion writer for the next expansion probably will not be the same guy that's writing it right now. Just got a feeling like it'll either not be him or it'll be him working in tandem with someone else. But like, there's reason to believe that with a new expansion, they would change the structure of the team a little bit. And so there's more optimism, I would say, for 8.0 than there is for the patches. But yeah, biggest problem I had with 7.3, like I said, is like, I think the overarching story isn't really that good. The stuff with the regulators and turning on the terminals and whatnot, like I just feel like the overarching story wasn't really that solvent. I didn't like it that much narratively. But what's always important with this game in particular, with such a vast and interesting cast of characters, what's important is that the character writing works. And like I said, I think the character writing was much more on point this time around than it was in 7.0 and 7.1. The biggest problem is they got to start trimming this stuff down, because the MSQ is starting to feel like Bozia writing, where it's like, okay, this is interesting what's happening, but there's way too much text. Like, we got to trim this down a little bit. Like, not every line of dialogue needs to be an essay. You can tell like improvements have been made since 7.0, but it needs more. Hiroi co-wrote Baza. Yeah, he was the assistant writer on that, which really kind of explains a lot when you think about it. But yeah, there's still room for improvements, a lot of them. It's starting to feel like Shadowbringers was just the anomaly, you know? It's going to be a sad day if 8.0 doesn't pick up the pace. Like,
Shadowbringers
8.0 has got to be really good.
So I guess he didn't like Endwalker either?
Bad writing than good writing in the MSQ. And the MSQ is like the thing that everybody praises in this game. So yeah, as far as MSQ goes, like I said, it's incrementally a little bit better than the past few patches, but it's still very much Dawntrail writing. I also don't like what they've done with Wuklamot. And I've said this many times before, but like, I get that she's not that popular because 7.0 was rough. But like, putting her off screen as much as possible is not the solution to that problem, because that's not going to do anything to help her reputation. Like, if they found ways to portray her more favorably, they don't have to have her on screen constantly, but just give her some interesting things to do. Give her some good scenes that are like fun and relatable. They could maybe win some people over with her that currently don't like her, but instead they just basically take her off screen as often as possible. And so all the people that don't like Wuklamot are going to continue not liking her. They should at least try a little bit to try and win some favor over. Be like, hey, look, she's not that bad. Like, they don't have to shove her in your face, but like, I don't like that they've made her so scarce.
A little bit better, but still very memeable.
She's barely there. The only memorable thing she did the entire patch was almost die by hitting a shield too hard. The moment they had us killed Necron 2.0 with pretty words. Yeah, Sphene like fighting against tempering by just giving a rousing speech. That was definitely one of the worst things that happened this patch. She was big hurt for slapping a wall too hard.
What do you mean she was?
It almost makes it feel like maybe they changed the cutscene, or like maybe they reduced her role in the cutscene, but they kept the fact that she was injured.
I thought he meant
because
like
it felt like her injury was disproportionate to what caused it. You know, hitting a shield shouldn't have made her bedridden, but maybe she was supposed to kill steal Necron, and they just wrote that out because they thought people wouldn't like it. I wonder if they like adjusted it after Dawntrail. I don't know how they'd save it. I think they can absolutely save Wuklamot's image, but they have to be brave enough to try. Instead, they've just resolved to put her off screen as much as possible. I think you can absolutely make Wuklamot more favorable in the eyes of the audience, but it wouldn't be easy, but I think you could do it. Honestly, just transplant Moonbreeda's personality onto her. just turn her into Moonbreeda, but don't say anything, because the two are similar enough. Like, the difference between Wuklamot and Moonbreeda is like maybe 10%. If you just shift her toward Moonbreeda, that's all it would take. Like, it's
so
maturity.
Disagree.
Well, yeah, but she's been the ruler of Tulial for however long it's been since 7.0. So you could just arbitrarily say she became more mature now that she's gone through all these experiences and whatnot. Like, give her a little bit of personality, improve the writing. You know, I think you could actually salvage Wuklamot's image, but it's clear that the writers aren't going to try, because instead they've just written her out of the script as much as possible, and she's probably never going to be relevant again from this point onward. But I think they could salvage Wuklamot if they cared to. So yeah, I don't really know how to summarize my thoughts better than I think I already kind of got the point across. Like, didn't like it that much. Good animations, good cutscenes, good graphics.
I don't really have anything else to say than I'm just
second dungeon boss
shocked
was the only
and
notable
completely
part of the
disagree with everything you
like,
said.
The second dungeon boss was
But
fun.
I'm
The rest of the
so
dungeon
surprised
was a
how much you
dungeon.
didn't
the trial
like
was
it.
A trial.
And
It
why?
was like one of the most trials we've had in a while. It just didn't really do anything special or interesting, you know. When will you do the alliance raid? Probably tomorrow.
I can't believe you thought that Necron was boring.
Keep using her a bit of a risk. Nah, see, they made an interesting choice choice on the English VA. Like, there's no denying that.
Like, maybe
but,
it's
the
just
biggest
my
thing was
rose-colored
that the
glasses
dialogue
because
sucked.
Final Fantasy IX is my favorite,
We've
and he's never
had
played it,
likable
but I don't
characters
know.
with bad voice acting.
I really
or,
thought
you
it
know,
was
whether
just
you consider
cool.
it
Like,
bad
even
or
if
not.
I
But like, you know,
didn't
we've had
know what
likable
Necron
characters
was,
with
the
weirdly
mechanics were
mismatched
cool.
voices
Like
in the
jumping
past, or
up
even in
from
some
the
cases,
ground. Like I talked
actually
about the
bad
whole, like,
voice acting. The writing is
symbolism
what
of
ruined it. You could
jumping
have
up
given
through the
Wukamat's
platforms
role
and whatnot.
to
And,
any
like, the
actor,
whole, like,
it would have been hard to sell. And they
the whole Grand
oddly
Cross
chose
thing,
someone
like,
who
being this,
wasn't
like,
that good at
spinning
yelling
mechanic
in the Wuklamat voice, whereas
with
Wuklamat's
the
a very
tiny
loud and
platform, and I
energetic
thought that-
character.
I
So
thought
it's
that
like
was
it was
interesting.
kind of a weird casting, but like it's not the voice actor's fault. Like that script would have been tough for anybody to sell. They changed her every patch since we saw her. It felt, yeah, they were trying to adjust around feedback. Whereas like I get it, but I almost would have respected it more if they just stuck to the original vision, even if I think the original vision sucked. Limited range, but working with a rough script. Well, they could have cast someone that had a vocal range that was more in line with the character. But again, it wouldn't have mattered for the character's likability, because the point of like people not liking Wuklamat was not because of the voice. For some people, that was more fuel on the fire. It was more reasons for them to not like Wuklamat, but that wasn't the only
agree.
reason. You know? There's a lot of people
whole
that
thing
played
with
the
the voice
non-English
actors
version
is
still
dumb.
didn't like her. Like,
Like,
it
yeah,
wasn't
there
the
were
voice
some
that
bum
ruined
lines,
the
but
character.
it's no
you know?
reason to, like-
Good VA can't save a bad script. The best thing that a good VA can do with a bad script is not take it too seriously and just have fun with it. There's something to be said for that, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like, if people
Jack
don't like
Black
something,
does
they'll
that,
look
and
for
it's
more and more
pretty
reasons
fun.
to not like it. So like, it wouldn't matter who was voicing that character. People would have probably complained about it either way, because the script just wasn't great and the character was not portrayed very well. But didn't help the VA attack the community for not liking Smile. Yeah, there is definitely an element of like, you gotta just keep your head down. And if you're the voice actor in a game and people don't like that game that you're in, like, you gotta just like let business be business.
They're kind
Like,
of a jerk.
you don't want to go around grandstanding about it. Like, that's not gonna help. That never helps.
No,
Smile is
I
black
agree.
gospel,
That's
apparently.
dumb.
Yeah, so at a certain point, you gotta just like let people not like the thing you like. It's fine. You gotta accept it and move on. It sucks, but it is what it is. Like,
Yeah,
they'll
absolutely.
Bring back Tom Holland.
Kind of like right now, where I liked it and you didn't, and that's
afford it.
fine. I
Don't
still
understand why people
like
kept paying
Cider
attention to
Spider.
them.
I got no
Oh,
problem
because
with
it
him.
becomes an
I'll
easy
watch all
target,
of his
where it's
content.
like, oh, hey,
He's
this
great.
person is
I don't
you know,
agree with him, though.
responding to us. Let's keep hitting them. Like, if you respond to people that are upset on the internet, they're gonna just keep going after you. Like, you gotta just keep your head down and let it blow over. Like, if you actually engage with people when they have decided they want to hate something, like, you're never gonna win that battle. You gotta let it blow over. Forgot they played Smile where we were building a bomb train. Yeah. I honestly don't mind the song
that
Smile,
stupid
but yeah,
song.
it plays at awkward moments, and it on its own, it's okay as a
Yeah,
song.
I don't like
but
that
it never
song.
feels appropriate the moments that it plays. Even the coronation scene of Wuklamat winning the rights of
I didn't know-
succession,
I didn't
still
even know it
feels
was
out of
called
place
Smile.
there. It worked best, in my opinion, on the credits. Like, as a credits song, I think it worked. It feels like a Disney credits song, you know? It's still a little bit juvenile for FF14, but it was fine there, you know? But yeah, the places it played in the middle of the MSQ, it always felt out of place. It should have been like just the instrumental version or something like that, but how do you stay immersed in the game setting after this MSQ? Well, that's up to each individual to decide. Everybody
Again,
will have
I-
their own take on it. Like, I've had trouble being immersed in the setting since Endwalker, but it just is what it is, you know? The immersion is not the only reason I play this game, thank goodness, because I would have left by now, but where can they go with the story that would be surprising? To take
I
the
wanna go to
story
Mirror
somewhere
City.
surprising, they'd have to do something totally different, which I wouldn't be able to predict. You know, it'd have to be something I can't even predict. Felt good if I think about it's on its own. I don't know. I don't think it even stands on its own. Like, even if you were to take it out of the game and do it as a standalone, like, I think it's just a weak story, personally. Like, I just don't really like it, the story of Dawn Trail. There's moments, there were, like, elements of it that I thought were good, but overall, like, I just could not get invested in the regulators and the soul memories and all that. Like,
Which
that
is
just didn't
so
work
weird,
for
'cause
me.
I
It feels like
really
a
could.
bad episode of Star
I
Trek.
really liked
emphasis
it.
on bad, like a filler episode.
It was interesting.
Of a
It's not like Star
mid-tier
Trek, it's Final
daytime
Fantasy
sci-fi
IX
show.
philosophy.
Like, and again, I guess putting it
Dealing
in the
with
context of
memories
FF14,
and
part of
life
the
and
problem
death
stems
and
from we
dealing
did a
with
lot
life
of this
and,
theme
you know,
in the
all that
previous
stuff.
expansion. The fear of death and what's next and what, like, we did so much of that in Endwalker, so it's like, oh god, this again. You
See,
know?
we didn't,
But I guess
though.
that's more or less my
Endwalker
initial
wasn't
thoughts.
about the
Not
fear
too
of death,
thrilled
it
with
was
It's
about
like a
dread.
pretty
It
mid
was about
patch
fear.
for
It
a
was
story
about
ending. You want it to be a
anxiety.
little better than mid, but like pretty mid patch. Not too thrilled.
Like fear of the
It's-
world being
I rate
destroyed
it Dawn Trail
and
out
fear
of
of
10.
you dying.
Here's looking forward to 7.4.
Are different, at least in my head. So that was interesting. That was I'm so surprised. I'm so shocked. I didn't know it was going to be so poorly received. But I there you go, I guess. Where's my game capture? There it is. Yeah. Let me check my comments here. So yeah, what do we think about that? Cuz I am absolutely flabbergasted that he had basically the exact opposite reaction to the game that I did. And it's so funny because he predicted a bunch of it and yet didn't like it. It's like, this is what you thought was going to happen. Well, I guess that's why he didn't like it, because he was like, oh, this is Dawn Trail. Of course they're going to do like this dumb shit. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, first of all, I don't agree with how you came to those realizations, even though you came to them. And second of all, I don't agree with like your take on it. But I do agree that, you know, afterwards, like, you don't have to hate on someone just because they don't like something that you don't like. You don't have to like be combative about it. You don't have to be mean about it. You don't have to do any of that stuff. And I agree. I like Cider Spider. I think he's cool. I like him as a person and all that good stuff. I think he's fine. I like him and I like his content. I just don't agree in this one instance where it's like, I really, really liked 7.3. I really, really like 7.2. And while 7.1 wasn't good, I don't think it was like the worst patch this game has ever had. Like, that's like, it's such a big thing to say. But yeah, I'll be interested to talk with other people once they've done it, to like hear their opinions on it, because it was so surprising. And I've said it over and over and over and over again, but that's just how much it's like completely got me flabbergasted, where it's like, wow, you feel the exact opposite way that I do. Like, you weren't into the whole memory thing. You weren't into the whole anxiety of death thing. You weren't into Necron, period. It's like, okay. Alright then. By the way, I'm in Pyros now. I asked around, there was no tracker, so I don't know if what I'm doing is pointless or not. I need to just like make a new tracker and like do some stuff. But for now, I'm just like killing these dudes. Cause I need Pyros crystals. I'm pretty sure I need 200 and I have 150, so I just need like another 50, which is like maybe 3 or 4 bosses or so. So if I can get 3 or 4 bosses spawned, get them dead, and then do the final quest to unlock Hydratos, that's kind of my goal for like the next hour or so. Hey, it worked! I need to make a tracker. Let me just do that real quick. Eureka tracker, Pyros, and I popped the Valkyrie one. And I guess I'll report it. I don't think anyone cares. I think it's just me and like 2 other people, but... I'll report it anyway, because I'm a good Samaritan. Oh, and it's heatwave time. Alright, I'll give this until 27, and then I'll pull it, just in case. But yeah, let me know what you guys thought of 7.3, because now I'm genuinely curious, and I want to absorb more information. Like, either, if you're watching the VOD, put it in the comments. Give me your video essays, you know, give me whatever you guys think of 7.3, because now I'm very curious. Because I really thought the general idea was going, like, even if it wasn't a glowing review, at worst it was going to be like, too little too late, it's better but who cares. You know, I thought that was going to be the worst, really. But I guess I should have, like, assumed that there was going to be at least someone who really didn't like it, but I didn't know it was going to be like Cider Spider, you know? Like, I didn't know it was going to be like a big voice in the community, or at least a larger voice, you know, than general. Because I know Zepla's also really not into the etherology of this expansion in general, so she is not going to like it either, unless she, like, finds something to really enjoy, like the amount of time we spend with Erenvel or something. I don't know. I'll have to, like, do research on that later, if she puts up a thing about it, but we'll see. But now, my confidence is a little shaken that people will be like, oh yeah, this was better. Like, even if they're like, too little too late, I never thought someone would be like, wow, I really didn't like this patch. I really didn't like this patch. Like, of all the patches to not like this one? Okay. And like I said, it could just be the fact that he hasn't played 9, so he doesn't, like, see the parallels, or he doesn't care about the parallels, or that's not important to him, and it's more about what's good here in the now, or something. But I don't know. Like, even then, like, I genuinely feel like, and I know this is like a tried and true thing where it's like, of course you say that, it's inapplicable to you. Like, I feel like if I didn't know Final Fantasy IX, I would still have thought this was interesting. But I probably can only say that because of how much I like Final Fantasy IX, that liking would just convert over to here. It's like, if I'd never played Final Fantasy IX, I would like this, and I know that because I like Final Fantasy IX. And this was very Final Fantasy IX philosophically based. But yeah, I will definitely read whatever, like, reviews you guys want to put in the comments of the VOD later on, or, like, I don't know. Let me know how you feel. And don't worry about, like, differences of opinion or dissenting opinions or anything like that. Like, be nice to each other. I've always had the mindset of embracing different opinions. I think the world would be a much more boring place if we all thought the same, if we all believed the same things, and we all had the same experiences. So if you have a different opinion, I think that is valuable, and that helps, like, make all of us a little bit more well-rounded. So yeah, like, if you have a different opinion, like, don't worry about it being like, oh, you're gonna get dogpiled by the opposition, or you're gonna get hate for it. It's like, no, have a different opinion. Have a well thought out opinion, though. Like, that's the only thing that kind of bothers me, where it's like, I thought it was trash. Why? I just did. I just didn't like it. I just decided arbitrarily that I have decided to not like this thing, and so I don't. Like, that, I think, is not great. Like, if you're gonna have an opinion, think about it for a little bit. Let it gestate. Let it be a real opinion, and not just like, you know? But that's just me. Like, if you've decided it's not worth that kind of thinking to have your opinion, then your opinion's not worth that much. And you're just okay with that, which is fine. If that's how you want it to be, then let that be how it be, you know? But yeah, like, if you've got a different opinion, have a different opinion. Please do. I would love to hear it. I want to know about it. I want to read about it. I want to, like, see the insight that you bring to the table. And if I disagree with you or agree with you, that's a conversation. And then conversations are good. Sharing ideas are good. Sharing opinions are good. I've always held that opinion. Like, I've always held the opinion that opinions are good. If you converse with them and not, like, you know, beat each other over the head, like, no, mine is the right think and yours is the wrong think. That's reductionist. It's not conducive to a conversation. You're not talking, you're shouting, you're screaming, you're declaring. That's not a conversation, and it's not conducive to like a discourse. But if you have an opinion, I want to hear it. I want to know it. I want to be proven wrong. I want to be proven right. I want to be vindicated. I like having the conversation. I like the back and forth. Like, we don't have to agree. And in fact, it's better in some cases when we don't, because then we have nuanced and unique opinions, which I feel like is a good thing. So, and that's kind of the attitude I want to propagate. Is that kind of mentality of, you believe this, I believe something else, and we together are a community. Not we together are a bubble. I don't like bubble communities. I like variety in my community, you know. But if you do agree, like, even if you agree, you can have nuance. And I like that too. Like, maybe you didn't like it because of the symbology. Maybe you just thought it was fun as a raider. Maybe you just thought it was fun as a dungeon. Maybe you, like, had never played Final Fantasy IX before and you, like, have a new appreciation for this kind of, like, philosophy. Or maybe you just really like the puzzle, or, you know, all that good stuff. Take a sippy. It's almost cringe to say it's like, this is a safe space for your opinion. It's not. I feel like that has been kind of twisted and perverted in colloquially, like, terms. It's like, this is somewhere where you are allowed to have your own opinion. And you are encouraged to have your own opinion. If you're just gonna copy pasta what someone else says, that's not your opinion. You can agree with that opinion, but let it be your own nuance. Let yourself think a little. Here's what I thought. Here's what they thought. What do you think? Not, why don't you regurgitate what they thought? Because I already heard what they said. I want to hear what you have to say. But yeah, anyway, I feel like I've exhausted that to death. I just know that I've got to, like, make it very clear on the internet that it's like, I'm not gonna blast you for having a different opinion than mine, and I welcome it. But at the same time, I don't want you to all just tell me that I'm wrong and stupid. I like, you know. I think I've made it very clear. But I felt that I had to. Is more my point. Yeah, Eureka Pyros. I'm so close, man. 163. I need 200. And then it's off to Hydratos. And when I'm in Hydratos, I can begin working on like the actual elemental armor. The elemental armor you start with, level 1, doesn't have any of the stats on it, which is kind of a shame. It's elemental armor level 2 that does, and that you need to be in Hydratos and you need to do the stuff. And I believe there's a level 3 that you need actual stuff from the Baldesion Arsenal for? Question mark? And we'll see what comes of that, because I don't know what will happen. We'll find out. And like I said, alongside Eureka Pyros, I'm working on the Heavensward relics, and right now I'm working on getting these poetics to get the ether oil. I need 65 ether oil, and then later on down the line I'm going to need these pneumites, which I've already been like working towards. That will also happen as it's going. I'm actually kind of surprised that I've gotten as far as I have with Eureka while working on the Heavensward relics. Like, I thought these were going to be separate grinds, and they've kind of like merged into the same grind almost. It makes me really wonder about what it's going to be like in Bajia when I'm working towards the Shadowbringers relics. And extra worried about the Endwalker relics, because it's just more poetic grind. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But progress is progress, and that's the important part. And maybe by the time I get to that, they'll have increased the capacity of the glamour dresser, or they've done what I want them to do, which is they make the relic weapons and all of their like transitional forms into the armoire, and they put all that in the armoire, like the elemental armor, the relic weapons, all of their transitional stages, all of that goes into the armoire. Because I think it should. In fact, I think there's a lot of things that should go in the armoire that doesn't. Like your role-specific gear that you get from your role boxes and things like that don't go in the armoire. And I feel like it should. They only did that for the first one. When you first hit level 50 with a class, that goes into the armoire. But you get more gear at 60 and 70 that should go into the armoire. And arguably, even the poetic gear, like the Allegan poetic gear or whatever the hell, all that should theoretically go into the armoire. And I really think they should expand what does and doesn't go into the armoire in that fashion, because you want all that stuff. That's all stuff that remains useful until you've leveled every single character to max. And even then, it's still useful because it's role armor for that role. And that's big, you know? You don't want to throw any of that away. You don't want to throw it into a retainer. You want that to be available to you whenever you want to, like, change how you look with your role. If you want to be representative of your role, you want to look like that. But if you just fill up the glamour dresser with just that, that's almost all the slots. In fact, I think I did the math at one point where it was like if you got every single piece of roll gear plus roll weapons, which were a thing, just that is like 1,600 pieces of gear, which is twice what goes into the armoire, or twice what goes into the glamour dresser. And that's crazy. Like, it's a step in the right direction if they made all of them into outfits, which they haven't yet, and I think they should. But even barring that, it's still a crazy amount of gear that you just can't put into your dresser, and you need to decide, well, I guess I just don't want that version of this roll gear, I guess. It's just not important enough. And I think that's a shame. And it shouldn't be. Like, yeah, you can go to a NPC somewhere and be like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this one, I'm gonna get another one. But that's so much micromanaging and moving like gear around that just doesn't need to happen. They need to work on removing that barrier and make it so that you can have that stuff available to you when you want it. But that's just my opinion. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Friggin' Pyros. I need to think of a new thing to talk about. I'm still kind of gestating 7.3 in the fact that I'm probably just gonna have to be in the minority of liking it. Which I already kind of knew, because I knew that so many people were so divisive on Dawntrail as a whole that there probably wasn't going to be any like consoling people about like any of Dawntrail. It's like we're just gonna have to wait for Dawntrail to be over, because I didn't like part of it, therefore I just have to. And again, is that whole mentality of a 7 out of 10 is a 0 out of 10, and there's no redeeming a 7 out of 10, you know? Like, you can't pull back from a less than 10 out of 10. Which is a strange mentality. I wonder how these people feel about B-movies. Like, I wonder if they've watched, like, Puppet Master and are like, wow, this movie is shit. And so I don't want to watch any of the other Puppet Masters. Puppet Master 1 is Hot Garbo. Therefore, they're all going to be Hot Garbo, and there's no, like, bringing this idea back. And even if they're like, oh, well, we'll try another one, and Puppet Master 2 is also Hot Garbo, they're like, alright, I never want to watch this again, and I never want to think about it again. It's just ruined for me forever. I think that's a shame, because Puppet Master as a series is very much front-facing B-movie 5 out of 10 schlop, but then in the background it's got all this cool lore and things to think about, and as a whole, as a culminative whole, it's almost iconic. Like, it's almost a genre in and of itself, and it would be such a shame to never have those thoughts because you've closed yourself off from something that was less than perfect. Like, because there's so few horror movies where the monster who kills everybody is the good guy. Like, not the monster who is misunderstood and, oh, woe is the monster, woe is the, like, he's just misunderstood, like, you don't understand. Like, not that. No, the monster in Puppet Master, the monsters in Puppet Master do kill people. There's one of them that is literally a drill on his head and just like through a person. Monster. And it's the good guy. There's like one of the ones is called Blade, and he's almost like the main character. And he's like this horrifying little monster, pale face, black hat, coat, hook, blade, kills people. The main character. I mean, the main character is actually like the people who are dying, because it's still like that. It's showing as if it were a horror movie. But you see little moments where it's like they look at each other and you see that the monsters are thinking and they're conversing with each other in like little horrible groans and moans. And you learn that, wait a minute, the main characters aren't these humans that we're following who are dying horribly to these monsters. The main character is the monsters. And they have their own things going on. It's just that they're monsters, and they're little, like they're puppets, like they're little dudes. But they have like their own things going on. It's like, it's so out of left field, so not what you're expecting out of movies like this. It's almost like, oh, what if E.T. was like a monster killing people, but also still the protagonist of E.T.? It's like, what the heck? What? You're almost blindsided by the what the heckness. But it's, and looking at it from a normal conventional point of view, it's not good, not great, just kind of okay. I mean, Puppet Master 3 is just like an old man using the puppets to fight Nazis. Like, how freaking generic and weird. Of course the villains are Nazis, whatever. But it's so much more than that if you get into it. And it's that same kind of sentiment that I have with Dawn Trail, where it's like, if you let this be more than just a crappy expansion, it is. and even the parts of it are much more than that. Because again, I really, really like 7.2. I really, really like 7.3. 7.1 was It's not the worst expansion the game has ever had, and it's completely unforgivable, and how I don't know how they'll ever come back from this Final Fantasy 14 dead game, blah, 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 blah. I don't agree. I don't agree with any of that. That's so dramatic, and 7 out of 10 is 0 out of 10 bullshit nonsense. And if you genuinely feel that way, like, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. I just don't agree with it, and I feel like it's dramatic nonsense. Like, from my perspective, that's how I feel. If you have that opinion and you want to write a video essay about it, again, I encourage it. I'm not trying to devalue how you feel. It's just that's not how I feel, and I have to kind of roll my eyes when you put it that way, because how differently I feel. And maybe that makes you feel reductionist. Maybe that makes you feel like I'm not taking your opinion seriously, or all that good stuff. But I don't know. I have to voice my opinion too. Just because I value yours doesn't mean I don't also value my own opinion. That doesn't make any sense. I forgot to pop this guy. What was this guy even called? I don't remember. It's the Pyros Panda, these guys. Alright, Troubadour's totally down. Let's go and do Aetolis next. Yeah, I'm gonna go do Atolas next, the island handlers. But yeah. Blah, 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 opinions, blah, blah. What's going on? Who's messaging me and why? Oh, yes. You can summon your mount while moving now. That's a thing that they did. You no longer have to stop moving in order to mount. That was a thing when Dawn Trail launched. So I don't know why it took you so long to figure out that you could do that. That's been a thing for a while. Going up here to these island handlers. How close am I to 200? So close. I think it was 200. Well, since we're like standing right here, let's check that real quick. Check my math. You. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 200, yeah. Like, when I want to get all of them, obviously I'll need more, but nah, one at a time. One at a time, man. I'm not in a massive frickin' hurry to, like, get this done. I'm still trying to do the Heavensward relics. This will be next. And it'll take me a good long time. So I don't need to rush it by trying to do all of them at once. Getting one of them done, getting the elemental armor so I'm a badass, and then going back and collecting all the other stuff while I'm a badass will be much more conducive to getting all that done. I think it's funny that this song talks about the hardest to beat, which is mentioned like twice ever. And it's just like this super powerful crystal that allows the Ultima weapons to cast Ultima and like powers the whole frickin' thing. It's this lost Allegan technology that just is a thing that exists apropos of nothing. And then you've got like all these songs about it. We settle in for the grind. I've actually been drinking so much, I'm about to go to the bathroom again. I've got like pain right there. I mean, to be fair, I don't talk much. Me getting on stream is kind of like my way to push myself into being more talkative because I'm so introverted and I don't talk very much. Like, when it hits something that I'm interested in, I will talk your ear off. I can talk about Final Fantasy IX for like 16 plus hours. Like, I'll talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. But that's kind of like the point where it's like, it's got to be that specific thing, that weird hyperfixation, that I'm like, I am willing to talk for a long time about this to one person. One at a time. Like, I'll talk to one guy for 16 hours. I have trouble talking in groups. I have trouble talking to groups. It's like, you know, all that nonsense. And streaming is like my way of trying to like help with that. So I'm flexing a lot of muscles that I don't flex very often. And so it's understandable that my throat hurts a lot, and I'm trying to drink a lot. And hopefully that'll fix as time goes. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. My voice is much more conducive to voice acting in short bursts. Like, you know, when I was doing the whole geode thing, talking like Goldar, I was able to do that very comfortably for about 45 minutes. And when it got to the hour mark, I was like, wow, this is actually really starting to hurt. Please, for the love of God, shut up. And then he died. And then he died. And I'm like, I didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Come back. I'll talk like this all you want, Geode. I'm so sorry. Man, Cider Spider said that no one cares about Geode. I care about Geode and Wilrid, and it's Wilrid, not Winfred. Asshole. Next, you're gonna tell me you didn't give a crap about Moon Brita either, because she was... In fact, Geode got more than frickin' Moon Brita did. Moon Brita was a patch character, introduced and dead in the same patch. Geode was at least in the MSQ first. Whew. Alright, I am actually gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back very, very quickly. Where's my... I return, huzzah. Hello. We continue the grind. We continue the farm. Ooh, I'm getting some weird. Some frames. Oh, what's wrong? What's happening? I am an elder god made flesh. What's happening to me? Weird lag. It wasn't even on the stream, it was just Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy just like freaked out for a second. Hi, Miss Kitty. Meow. You wanna come up? You wanna come up? Come on then.
Yeah. At the speed we're going, we might literally just get the Pyros crystals and then call it, and then tomorrow... I don't know what I want to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I might do the blue quest. That might be tomorrow's thing. Well, actually, no, tomorrow's Tuesday. So that's when all the weekly things reset. Ooh, big weekly roundup thing. Yeah. That's probably going to take up a lot of our time. Not all of our time, but a good chunk. Weeklies take a little bit. Do like the blue mage stuff, do the Doma stuff, do a bunch of all the little things that you do. I've also got to get back into doing custom deliveries and all of my reputation grinds. Because I've been kind of avoiding them. I've only been doing the elephant ones, but I've been trying to do all of them. Like, I still have lots to do. Like, I'm still back in Heavensward. I finished Realm Reborn, hooray, but I still have 2 more Heavensward ones. I haven't even started the Stormblood ones. I'm done with the Pixies because I use them for leveling. And now I'm doing the Arcasadora for leveling. I haven't really started with the Loporrits, and I haven't even unlocked the other one, which I need to also do. I really want to do that one too, because it's got the nice things. But I actually still am missing a lot of blue quests from Endwalker. Like, I haven't done Endwalker's Hildebrand quest. So I might just, like, blast through with a whole Hildebrand day. That might be Wednesday or Thursday. One of them's gonna have to be a Pandemonium day. One of them will probably be a Hildebrand day. And I might do it like that. So tomorrow will be weeklies, and then Pandemonium, and then Wednesday will be Hildebrand, and Thursday will be other blue quests. I don't know. Well, we'll basically be playing it by ear and just, like, be doing the blue quests. In between, more Hydratos farm, more society quests, etc., etc. You know, the busy work, the things that you do on the side. Because I want to get nice things. And in order to get the nice things, I got to do the things. And I'm cool with the grind. I like the grind. I did the whole Ozma bullshit. I like playing hot and cold. It's more about what I can make watchable, you know? And that kind of depends on how much I can keep a conversation going. Without, like, getting too relaxed. I also got to be thinking about whether I want to just be doing Final Fantasy or not. Like, I was talking about that on Friday. Like, I did, like, last week. I was like, what do I want to do when streaming Final Fantasy 14 is no longer as enjoyable? What do I do next? What do I stream next? Do I want to do, like, Parcel Simulator, Supermarket Simulator, something like that? Or do I want to go more action-y, adventure-y? Do I want to, like, do some Total War, Warhammer 3? I could do that, although I have no idea how that's going to stream. I don't know. I don't know what people would like to see. Because right now I'm just doing Final Fantasy 14 because
new patch came out, and I like doing it. Simple to do. But I mean, I've got just a massive freaking collection of things to do. I could play all the Final Fantasy games. I talked about doing that at one point, where it was like, I want to do a Final Fantasy marathon where it's like 1 year, all the Final Fantasies, stream all of them, play all of them, and just be like, show off how much I really, really, really enjoy all of them. Like, I even feel like Final Fantasy 2, I feel like they should be trying that again. Because I think it's so interesting how they tried to revolutionize leveling as a gradual learning based on what you're doing type thing. And I feel like they could do that so much smarter now. It would be such an interesting new experiment to be like, hey, we're going to increase your stats based on what you feel like doing. So if you cast a lot of magic, your magic will grow, etc., 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 etc. And have it be smarter than it was the first time they tried it way back when. Who else is here? Oh, just like a level 38 person. I don't know if they I don't know if they would even want to be here because it's level 41. I think I'll go at 28 minutes. I'll give him a minute to like respond to be like, I'm on my way. But he probably won't be. It's too high level. But yeah, I'm all down for like streaming chill things, like relaxing things. The only problem is that I'm not going to have too much to talk about, and that's kind of like the crux of that issue, where it's like, I don't have the chat size to just talk to you guys while playing Supermarket Simulator, which is what I would really like to do. I would really like to have a sizable enough community to just communicate with you guys and chat while I'm doing something. While I'm doing something that I don't need to like fully focus my attention on, like Supermarket Simulator or some other grinding thing like this. Like, if I had my choice, it would be like, at this part, I'd be like, how was your day? What's going on? Oh yeah, that thing. How do you feel about that? I feel this way about that. Blah 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 blah. But we're not there yet. Someday. And so things like Supermarket Simulator, probably not going to happen. Probably not going to be good. That's why I'm thinking about things like Total War Warhammer 3, where it's like, that's a lot of strategy, and voicing those strategies, one, would be entertaining, but also y'all could laugh at me for being terrible at the video game. Because I am. I'm terrible at that freaking game. And it would be something fun to do, you know? Or do another RPG, which would allow me to fill the silence with reading, essentially. Reading and bad voice acting. And all of those seem like viable things. It's more like what wants to be shown. And what am I capable of? You know, because I can't do like any of the new shit. Not until this dingle dang 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 darn channel gets like monetized and gets a sizable enough audience that I can fund my gaming habits with the stream. Then I'll buy the newest whatever and I'll definitely play it, because I'm always down for playing a brand new game. Or maybe I'm just a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. I don't know. Because I'll always find things to do in this game. I play it constantly. I play it all the time. I play it for the entire time on stream, and then when stream ends, I'm still playing it. so that's that one done. Next is the Bird Eaters, which is just north of here, up here. And since it's just me and this level 30 guy here, I'm probably not even gonna bother like waiting. I'm just gonna go for it. So, and that should be that done. Huzzah! That should be the 200 I need. Heck yeah, dude. Hopefully it pops quickly. Who dares message me? Oh, it's another hunt train. Eh. Hunt trains are extremely profitable, and they're absolutely 110% worth doing. On the other hand, I'm doing this right now. And I don't feel the need to leave it. Because the only thing I would be farming really is heliometries and poetics. I'm getting poetics here. So it really would just be the heliometries and the nuts. And I actually have enough nuts to upgrade another piece of gear. So I could just go do that now. Not that I need to, because my gear is already pretty good. My gear is good enough. Except for my sword. I need a new sword. But that's a cross your bridge when you come to it kind of thing. Where it's like, I don't need it right now. And over the course of the next several weeks, I'll get enough eye level passively to be able to do everything. I don't foresee needing more eye level when the next patch comes out, because I'll have already gotten stronger by then. If that makes any sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my eye level will already be like 740 or whatever. Hey, it popped. Heck yeah. Holy crap, look at this thing. And you do a lot of damage too. Ooh, my tummy's making the rumblies. As soon as stream is over, I'm gonna eat. And once again, it's another Charlian boss. They do that so much, especially here. Like, have you noticed, like, almost all of these are Charlian? Like, you've got a member of the Illuminati in Lane Bricks, which is a return from before. You've got this guy. You've got the dolls from the Anti-Tower. You got the owl book guy from the from the library, Google Library. So many like bosses that are from like that one specific area. Let's see, that was the Bird Eater. And I'm out of them. And I'm going to return, because I think that's me done. I got my 200. Yep, 200. Let's buy the gear. Let's freaking go. Buy my gear. Spot it. Spot it. Spot it. Spot it. And spot it. Yay! Doodly 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 doo. What's this guy do again? What are you for? Oh, augmenting the magia board, which I can't do because I need those 3 things that I don't have. Ah, no, nothing. All right. Now that I have the armor, I just do the quest. Do this quest. It's sitting right here. Let's go. Onwards. Let's take stock of what we know. A deiform entity named Eureka was imprisoned within the central tower of the headquarters of the students of Baldesian by means of a complex arcane ward spanning the entirety of the Isle of Val. Whew! Talk about a summary. Said ward was then modified by Grandfather and the other founders to slowly drain Eureka of its considerable ether, eventually killing it once and for all. However, with the proto-aetherite no longer operational, the ward has been broken, perhaps permanently. Without the ward to bind or drain it of ether, Eureka can feed on the ethereal currents to regain its strength and eventually break free of the barrier surrounding our headquarters. Assuming Eureka dates back to the time of Allag, defeating it in the traditional manner would ensure it never returned, as those who summoned it forth are long dead, yet Grandfather and the others instead elected to imprison it here on the isle. The question is, why? If for some reason slaying it is not an option, then we would need to restore the original ward. Alas, without the proto-aetherite, I cannot see a means to do so. Simply put, we have no good options. That said, we cannot simply throw our hands up and do nothing, can we? I should like to think we are in one mind of that. So, in the spirit of trying something, anything, regardless of how ineffectual it may prove, I would like you to first help me tie up a loose end. I've detected another confluence in East Flame Rock. The last piece of magicite is still clogging the aetherite or arteries in Pyros. I suspect I'd like you to go and collect it. So, East Flame Rock. Ooh, excuse me. East Flame Rock. So, up here. Up where the boss be. Firing chamber. Let's go from here so I can go like that. Bum 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 bum. Let's get that thing. That thing with the stuff. Now, I'm going to go on the assumption that it's here, closer to the boss, and not, like, over here. Simply because I don't want to go over there. Like, that's the only reason. I don't want to go over there, so I'm going to hope that it's not over there. And we'll try other places that I'm okay with going first. Be on the lookout for some sparkles. Some sparkles on the ground. Oh yeah, the Halloween thing is coming up soon. It's August. That's gonna be fun. I like holidays. I don't have enough of the like event stuff, period. I need more. Nope. Ignored. I don't care. Ignored, I don't care. Leave me alone. Hey look, there it is. I just gotta lose this like conga line behind me. I don't care, go away. We don't want any! Heck yeah, that was easy. Alright. I just gotta deal with that thing. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. At the center of the confluence, either you find a shimmering stone, magicite, as you use to refuse it, the confluence dissipates. Yay! Alright, let's get the heck out of here. Oh, I wish this was like later on areas where I can use my return as much as I want to. Gotta deal with you again. No, I don't want any. No, I don't care. I remember being so scared of these dragons, and now I don't really care. You could not get away with doing that stuff in Pyros. You would die till you're dead. If I tattletale, I'll die till I'm dead. But it would not be pretty. Oh, you know what else I gotta do? I gotta go get my super Gwibber. Cause I'm only missing like a couple, I think. I'm missing like, what, half of them? But if I can get them, I'll get that super Gwibber, and I want it. I think that's how you get it. I don't know if that's how you get it. I'm gonna have to look up how you get that thing. But if that is how you get it, then that's how I'm gonna get it. Alright, back to North Point. Hello, Kryl. What's next? Good, you've returned. Was the trip eventful? Well, I got the thingy. And with that, we have the final magicite of Pyros. Thank you so much for this and everything else you've done. Yay me. I've been thinking, if the ward is the best means by which we might contain and defeat Eureka, then we must restore it, and we must do so without the proto-aetherite we cannot repair. Then so I propose to you, what if we were to instead construct a new focal point to replace the void left by the proto-aetherite? But how though? I'm quite serious. If we were to utilize the magicite we have collected so far, I believe we could construct a facsimile to serve in the aetherite's place. I won't lie, doing this will take significant time and resources, materials and manpower that we lack at present. Even so, I think it's our best option. To achieve this, we'll also need to redirect the ethereal streams to fuel the process. To immerse the magicite in a torrential flood of ether, namely the endless fount rising from Pyros. Whether or not this is even possible is another question altogether. Therefore, I would like you to perform a simple test. Where do you want me to take it? The magicite I've given you has been specially treated to facilitate the absorption of ether. I want you to take it to the cavern of the second cant, which is directly above the fumarole of Pyros. Cavern of second cant. Hold it above the ethereal font. Observe how it works. Return to me with findings. Alright. The cavern of cant. What? Where is that? Oh, the Cavern of Cant. There it is. So that's pretty close by, actually. It's over there where all those like horrible things are that are like high level that you need to kill for like Skull and whatnot. What a pain. I didn't know that we were above Pyros right now, though. I guess it kind of makes sense. I just didn't think about it that way. I thought we were just in a different location. But apparently we're above Pyros right now. It must be so incredibly cold. The Cavern of the Second Cant. I need to get all the way to the end so I can throw it into the ether wave whatevers. Which is gonna suck getting through all these freaking mobs that are like a billion levels higher than me. And usually take an entire group to kill. Ugh. No, go away, I don't want any. It's somewhere around here, I think. Yeah, there, over there. Whew! Right, destination. Destination, no breathing. The endless font of ether rising from Pyros far below continues into the skies above. Alright, Crystal, absorb ether. In mere moments, the treated magicite grows bright and warm as it reacts to the torrential stream of ether, as Kryl hoped it would. Excellent, and it didn't explode or anything. Alright, and back we go. Oh man, I completely forgot to like throw in a potion of harmony. A potion of harmony. But it's fine because I would barely get any levels anyway. I think I'm like level 55 actually. I don't know what level I fully am here in Pyros. Or not Pyros, here in Eureka in general. But I think I'm level 55. I think I am going to Hydratos like halfway to max level already. Which I'm not going to complain about. It'll make doing the bunny fates and stuff way easier. Which I think, I don't know, I think the bunny fates in Hydratos are supposed to be better. Like it's similar to here in Pyros where it gives you logograms, but it'll like give you more of them, which is how people have so much extra of these certain logograms. Because because it's not just Pyros but also Hydratos, you get logograms and you use logograms, but you get more in Hydratos. I think. I'm not sure. Please tell me you come bearing good news. I do, in fact. Here's a crystal that's brimming with energy. It totally worked exactly the way you wanted it to. What a relief! Then the method I envisioned for constructing an aetheryte facsimile to restore the ward should be viable. And with that, I believe we have once again come to the end of our time together. As I mentioned before, this process will require significant time and resources, which we lack at present, so there's nothing else you can contribute to our expedition for now. I should say, though, that the next stage of our expedition may well be our last. If we can't gain access to our headquarters soon, then we may be too late to stop Eureka, and then... nah. I'll refrain from grim predictions and the like, especially when I should like to think that it will not come to that. We're coming for you, Eureka.
Yeah, beat the crap out of that little Lalafell bastard.
Yay, I've reached the end of this chapter. To continue, go to Hydratos. Yay! Making the most of Pyros. 10 points. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. Friggin' did it. Hopla. Alright, let's go dip our toes into Hydratos. 1 second, real quick. Okay, into Hydratos.
Ah, adventurer, you couldn't have come at a better time. The preparations for restoring the ward are in place. I'm pleased to escort you with our practiced efficiency. We've established a base camp on practically the doorstep of the students' headquarters. Now, in keeping with tradition, the region in which the camp lies has been given a name, Hydatos.
Oh, I've been calling it Hydratos this whole time.
A reference to its watery disposition. God's willing, this will be the last corner of the island that the expedition will need to contend with. But without further ado, let me know when you're ready to head over. Mistress Kryl is very keen to resume her efforts.
Yay, Hydatos! I'm gonna keep calling it Hydratos because it just sounds nicer. To Hydratos. Yay! We probably won't spend too long here because it's almost time for stream to end, but I want to look around and have fun. Let's see what Hydatos has in store. Ooh, Iron Elephant. This looks very Bajian. Doesn't it? It might just be because of the weather or some shit. But no, like the ground is pretty like barren and whatnot as well. It seems very Bajian. And it's raining. Let's see. How many people are here? A bunch of people. Oh, I'm level 54. Look at it. A nice empty map to explore. Hi, Kryl. Ever a sight for sore eyes. By now it's no secret, but we can't well continue our work without you. As always, let us begin by taking stock of the situation. Through our previous investigation, we have learned that the founders have sealed away the primal... Okay, yeah, it's just rehashing all the things that we literally just talked about. All that remains is to reach the primal and seal it away once more. Yay! In order to do that, as per our original objective, we must gain entry to the students' headquarters. However, this has been rendered complicated owing to a number of factors. Aside from lying beyond impassable terrain, the structure is protected by a ward of its own. Did you ever doubt it? Ordinarily, members of the students are able to teleport inside, but the highly concentrated The high concentration of ether we've measured makes doing so extremely dangerous. We must ascertain the condition first, or we risk emerging. We risk not emerging from the life stream. Blah. So I have a mind to enter via the back door, as it were. Yet this method of ingress too isn't without its problems, but it's better to explain out in the field. Okay. And that's where we stand. Now, before we set out, there's one last matter I'd like to attend to. You see, I tasked the expedition scholar with researching legends pertaining to Eureka. Call it a scholar's hunch, but I thought that a hint might be scrounged up amongst the tales. But, come, let's see what good the scholar has dug up. Greetings! I assume you've come to learn about legends. Did you learn anything? They did, I'm pleased to say. First of all, it must be noted that there are several legends descripting the forbidden land Eureka. Despite their many divergences, however, they are all united in one detail, that Eureka was a repository for transcendent weapons hidden beneath the Crystal Tower. Combining this fact with your account of Eureka's avatar, forging a blade for Master Eureka, I'm led to conclude that the Primal possessed the ability to create weapons. Weapons forged by a Primal, put in the hands of mortals. What could possibly go wrong? In his visions, Master Kadash heard the words, "Exposure places the bearer's very soul at hazard," did he not? I take that to mean that those who wielded such weapons are at risk of becoming the Primal's vessel. This calls to mind Uriange's report on the dark divinity Odin and his sword Zantitsuken. The Primal was not the rider, but the weapon. I remember that. That was a long time ago, though. That's why in the Shroud, the last person who killed Odin becomes Odin. Odin is said to have appeared in the age of the Allegan Empire. It may well be that Zantitsuken was forged in Eureka. Recognizing the danger, the Allegans sealed Eureka's weapons beneath the Crystal Tower, and this gave rise to the myriad legends of the Forbidden Land. And that's where Eureka Orthos comes in. Yeah. Curious, though. Assuming Eureka was born of prayers, one would expect a deity, the likes of Biragat, to manifest. Biragat, whatever. A brawny smithy working in the forge. Yet what we have is a Primal possessed of an autonomous avatar, which goes around promising power and glory, not the kind of entity that would arise from homespun legends. It feels all too purposeful, calculated. But such musings are for another time. I have some few things to prepare in order to make use of the aforementioned back door. In the meantime, would you go talk to Geralt again? Sure. We gotta get working on our Eureka weapons and armors. I understand he's devised yet more ways to ease your labors. Yay! Huzzah! Who has messaged me and why? Okay. There's one more matter I'd wish to speak with you about. Yes? It pertains to the members of the students believed trapped inside the headquarters. We've been speaking of rescue, but based on what we know, that may be overly optimistic. The concentration of ether we've measured inside the tower is, to be blunt, not conducive to life. Certainly not over long periods, and all this time there's been no observable movement from within. Of course, the students are knowledgeable and skilled, and they may have found a way to survive, but even as we cling to this hope, we should prepare ourselves for the worst. Agreed? Forgive me for bothering you with gloomy talk. I won't keep you any longer. Go talk to Geralt. Okay. Geralt! What do you want?
Everything's sorted with Cryle. Good, good. As before, I have a bunch of things to catch you up on. Prick your ears and listen.
Alright, listening. Yeah. Hello?
First, regarding the logo manipulator. We've improved the vials we use to store the transubstantiated nemes, meaning you can carry around more of the stuff. The expedition alchemists can tell you more about that.
Cool, I don't even know what the heck that means.
Next to your magia board. If you've already impressed with 6 pieces of magicite, then resource! You can now augment it to hold 7. If you talk the engineer, he'll pick you up right ways.
Cool, but that would require me to unlock the 6th, which I definitely have not done.
Ain't last but not least me favorite topic. No, not me goddamn deaths, you cheeky bloody sod. Weapons! I found a way to make your weapons even stronger. If this tickles your fancy, you just let me know.
Of course it does. It's the whole reason I'm here.
And while you're here... Drake! Get your arse over here and tell them about the logograms.
Sir, I'm pleased to inform you that we have discovered new varieties of logograms here in Hideoutos. Certain combinations may yet wield heretofore unseen names, and I encourage you to experiment with the logograms you come across.
Except I've already unlocked all of them. Because I spent a lot of money doing so.
So, this is looking to be the final stage of the expedition. I've stuck with you all this way, so don't go disappointing me now, eh? See the job finished.
From myself as well, sir, I wish to provide the best of luck in your endeavours. Huzzah and so forth.
Right. Everything what we needed to be said has been said. If you want to know about your weapon enhancement, we can talk now, otherwise you can piss off! Back to the cryo.
Alright.
Otherwise you can piss off.
Cool. Tell me about things. I'd like to do more of that voice, I guess.
You know, looking back, we've come a long way, and if the talk round cap's true, this is where the journey ends. Ah, listen to me trying to wax poetic. Feels like hot turds tumbling out of me bloody mouth. Let's get on it, eh? Like a turd in the wind. So, last time we strengthened the weapons by infusing it with memories. Stuffed it to near bursting with power and memories. How thematic. Well, there's no room left for more than there is. You can fortify what's already there. And that's precisely what we're gonna do. Use the ether from the crystals and the like.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Word of warning though, once you get started on a weapon, you won't be able to improve it as the mimic station. That's until we finished augmenting it at any rate. Just bear that in mind.
That's fine, I wasn't doing that anyway. I have no reason to do that.
And that's the long and short of it. Off you go then, get me the materials we need, and I'll get to work.
Yay!
And there he is. What have you got for me this time?
I need 50 Hydatos crystals. Hi Drake, what do you want?
Ah, how good it is to see you again, sir. You'll be happy to know that your keen interest in logo manipulators has inspired Master Garot to further investigate into the potential phenomena of transference. In fact, the last time I spoke to him, he appeared to have been teetering on the cusp of yet another breakthrough.
Still hanging about, are you? Like a bad bloody smell you can't get quiet out of your drawers.
Hey. Don't call me shit stink.
7 hells, I'm only teasing. Mayhap my latest discovery to put a smile back in your face, eh?
Alright, get on with it.
Your efforts bore fruit, then?
I have found a way to augment armor using the raw materials here in Hideoutos. Thing is, though I've got enough on my plate just dealing with the weaponry. I've handed the designs to the artisan over yonder. So if you want to fiddle with the pauldrons or whatnot, he's the bloke to see. I gotta say, I do enjoy digging into these frontiers. It's a damn sight more interesting than minting kettles.
And there you have it. May this new method of armor augment serve you well as a Logos manipulator.
Yay, I've unlocked the new armor, which is what I came here for, as well as the weapon. But right now specifically, oh, this one still doesn't have like elemental bonuses, so this still isn't really what I need. So yeah, I'm gonna have to upgrade it again, and probably with Baldesion stuff. Baldesion stuff. But we'll see how that goes. Hey, it's Arcanus. We saw him back in Pagos and in Pyros. Everything's sorted with Geralt. Good. Let us set out at once, is what I'd like to say, but I'm afraid I need to complete my tasks. Rather than standing idle at camp, though, I suggest that you acquaint yourself with the area. I should be able to complete my task meanwhile. I can complete you at level 51, which I'm already level 55, but I think I might not continue the story just yet and go around and see if I can, like, uncover the map and do the ether shards. But, to be perfectly honest, I'll probably do that off screen, or do that off stream, rather, and I might end the stream here. Yeah, be sure to let me know in the VODs, if you watch the VODs, what sort of game you'd like to see me play after this one, if you're getting tired of me playing this one, or if there is something in the game that you'd like to watch me do sooner rather than later, let me know. The current plan is tomorrow doing the weekly stuff and then starting on Pandemonium. And then on Wednesday, I'll be doing Hildebrand. I gotta do Endwalker's Hildebrand, and I've gotta do Dawn Trail's Hildebrand. I might also do the Corn Dude either tomorrow or the next day. We'll see how time goes. It's kind of like the one I'm gonna slip in somewhere. And then Thursday, it's gonna be just like more blue quests. Like maybe I'll unlock Arcadian, maybe I'll do the Final Fantasy XI stuff. I don't know. It's just gonna be like, hey, there's a blue quest. Let's go do it. And that's kind of the plan going on for right now. And then in the background, doing Hydatos here and there, just as like a little extra thing at the end of stream, just as something to be continuing in the meanwhile. Let's go dump my poetics. And then we will end Stram. Yeah, because we gotta see how I'm progressing with my Heavensward relics. Which honestly is the thing I care a little bit more about. Once I end stream, I'm probably going to do my book. Like I said, I was going to do my book, and then just sort of piddle around. But yeah. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed 7.3. I'll enjoy listening to you guys talking about it if you guys feel like talking about it. I hope you do. I only need 6 more ether oils. Heck yeah, dude. Yeah. Alright, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Where is the... Actually, you know what? I need to start being a better streamer and be a better guy. Even though I only have, like, 1 viewer right now. Everyone kind of left because they didn't like my Geralt voice, I guess. I'm going to hit the raid channel and see who we're raiding. Who do we want to raid? Who's online right now? Who's doing things? Actually, Let's see. Meh. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn off stream. Blech. Goodbye, everybody. Where's the turn off button?